I remember the first time I saw it, really saw it. Not just a quick glance, but a deep, unsettling stare that burrowed right into my gut. It was a photograph, an old, faded thing tucked away in a dusty police archive box. For years, I'd heard the whispers, the legends, the chilling details of the case tied to it, but seeing it for myself was different. It stuck with me, clung to me like a damp, cold fog long after I tried to shake it off. I was just a rookie then, fresh out of the academy, still buzzing with the idea of making a real difference. My name is Alex, and back then I was 23, full of naive ambition, assigned to the small, quiet town of Havenwood. Havenwood wasn't the kind of place that made headlines. It was nestled deep in the mountains, a cluster of old houses and one main street, surrounded by miles of thick forest and winding rivers. The closest city was a 2-hour drive, which meant our local police department handled pretty much everything, from lost hikers to the occasional petty theft. We were a small unit, Chief Miller, Detective Evans, me, and our dispatcher, Brenda. Most days it was quiet. Too quiet, some might say. Looking back, that quiet was just the prelude, the held breath before the scream. My initial vulnerability wasn't a mistake I made, not directly. It was the simple fact of being young and eager, hungry for any assignment that wasn't sorting evidence or directing traffic around a fallen tree. So when Detective Evans, a man whose face seemed permanently etched with the weariness of 1,000 cold cases, tossed a file onto my desk and told me to familiarize myself with the cold case archives, I didn't grumble. I saw it as an opportunity. A chance to learn, to prove myself. Little did I know, I was walking right into a forgotten nightmare. The archive was in the basement of the old station, a cramped, damp space that smelled of mildew and forgotten paperwork. Rows of metal shelves stretched towards a single, buzzing fluorescent light. It was a place designed for things to be filed away and never seen again. My task was simple: digitize some of the older, mostly unsolved cases. Chief Miller thought it would be good for me, teach me the ropes, the history of Havenwood's underbelly or lack thereof. He said, "You can learn a lot from what didn't happen, Alex." He was wrong. I was about to learn a lot from what did happen and was about to again. I spent weeks down there, alone mostly, the only sound the hum of the old computer and the rustle of paper. I went through old missing persons reports, minor burglaries, cases that had long gone cold, forgotten by everyone but a few names on yellowed cards. It was tedious work, but I took pride in it, in organizing the chaos. My sense of isolation down there was complete. The thick concrete walls swallowed all sound from upstairs, and often I'd forget anyone else was even in the building. It was just me and the ghosts of Havenwood's past. Then I found it, tucked in a box labeled Unsolved Homicides Pre-2000. Beneath a stack of reports detailing a vanished hiker and a suspicious hunting accident was a file marked simply, Willow Creek Group Photo. The paper clipped to the front was a handwritten note, faded ink, scrawled by what looked like an old-timer, probably Chief Miller's predecessor. It read, "Beware the smiles, everyone in the frame is dead." That was the opening spark. That simple, chilling note, out of place among bureaucratic forms, instantly set off a flicker of unease. My breath hitched. The air in the dusty archive, already heavy, seemed to grow colder, thicker, pressing in on me. I looked around, my eyes darting into the shadowed corners of the room, half expecting to see something shift, some spectral figure emerge from the gloom. It was irrational, I knew, but that note, so direct and ominous, had managed to pierce through my routine, planting the first tiny seed of dread. It felt like I wasn't alone anymore, and for the first time since starting this assignment, the deep silence of the archives wasn't comforting. It was menacing. My hand, trembling slightly, reached for the file. The paper felt brittle, ancient, a testament to how long it had languished forgotten. I opened it, the dry rustle echoing loudly in the suffocating silence. Inside, nestled among a few yellowed reports, was the photograph. It wasn't a large photo, perhaps 5 by 7 inches, printed on thick, glossy paper that had long since lost its sheen, now a sepia-toned canvas of a forgotten moment. The image itself was simple, almost idyllic at first glance. A group of young people, maybe 10 or 12 of them, stood gathered on what looked like a picnic blanket spread beside a calm, sun-dappled creek. Tall, slender trees framed the background, their leaves just beginning to turn, hinting at the crisp arrival of autumn. The light was soft, golden, suggesting late afternoon. They were all smiling, just as the note had warned. Broad, genuine smiles, some wide and carefree, others more subdued but still conveying a sense of camaraderie and joy. They looked like friends, students perhaps, on a weekend outing. Some had their arms around each other. One girl was mid-laugh, her head thrown back. A young man was playfully ruffling another's hair. A picnic basket sat open nearby, a thermos and some half-eaten sandwiches visible. It was a snapshot of pure, unadulterated happiness. And yet the note's words hammered at me. Beware the smiles, everyone in the frame is dead. The innocence of the scene warped, twisting into something macabre. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dampness of the basement. I leaned closer, scanning each face, each beaming expression, trying to see past the veneer of youthful exuberance to the tragedy hidden beneath. There was no hint of what was to come, no shadow in their eyes, only light. How could such bright, hopeful faces belong to the dead? How could this moment, so full of life, be a prelude to universal demise? I carefully extracted the photograph, placing it on the dusty desk beside the file. Underneath it, there were only a handful of documents. A short police report dated October 12, 1998 listed as missing persons Willow Creek Group. There were also photocopies of missing persons posters, crude and outdated, with grainy images of some of the individuals from the photo. One more item was a faded newspaper clipping, the headline barely legible: Havenwood youths vanished near Willow Creek, search intensifies. The date on the clipping was October 15, 1998. The timeline was immediate and stark. The photo was likely taken just before they vanished. The initial report was filed on the 12th, the newspaper article 3 days later, but the note implied much more than just vanished. It said dead, all of them. My fingers traced the edges of the photo again, a fresh wave of unease washing over me. This wasn't just a cold case, it was a ghost story etched onto paper. I picked up the police report. It detailed the initial call. Parents of several of the missing teens had reported their children overdue from a camping trip near Willow Creek. The group had apparently gone out for a weekend hike and planned to return by Sunday evening, October 11th. When they didn't show and couldn't be reached by phone, the alarm was raised. The report listed 11 names. I counted the faces in the photo. There were exactly 11, all of them. The report continued, outlining the initial search efforts. Local police, aided by volunteers and a state search and rescue team, had scoured the Willow Creek area for days. They found their abandoned campsite, tents still pitched, a cold campfire, some personal belongings scattered around, but no sign of the campers themselves. No struggle, no obvious foul play, just an eerie emptiness where life had been moments before. The report concluded with the case being officially designated as a multiple missing persons investigation, with no leads, no bodies, yet the note said they were dead. I looked at the newspaper clipping next. It echoed the police report, adding a touch more public fear and desperation. Parents were quoted, their voices raw with worry. The community was in shock. Havenwood, a town usually undisturbed by major crime, was gripped by fear. The article mentioned the unprecedented nature of so many young people vanishing at once. It spoke of theories ranging from getting lost in the dense wilderness to abduction. But there was no follow-up article, no resolution, it just stopped. This was peculiar. Even in a small town, a multiple disappearance like this would have left a significant paper trail, more than just these few documents. If bodies had been found, there would be subsequent police reports, coroner's reports, investigation updates, perhaps even an old murder investigation file. The fact that this was filed under unsolved homicides pre-2000, but only contained missing persons reports, was a glaring inconsistency. It suggested a conclusion that was never officially documented, or perhaps a theory that never gained official traction but was widely accepted by those who knew. I started digging. I opened the station's digital archive system on the ancient computer, my fingers flying across the yellowed keyboard. I typed in Willow Creek Group photo. Nothing. I tried Willow Creek missing persons 1998. A few hits, all leading back to the same initial report I already had, or archived news articles that simply reiterated the disappearance without offering any new information. I typed in the names of the individuals from the report one by one. Sarah Jenkins, Mark Peterson, Emily Davis, Robert Robbie Chen, Lisa Miller, Thomas Tom O'Connell, Jessica Rodriguez, Daniel Dan Hayes, Chloe Adams, Ben Carter, Olivia Green. For most of them, the search yielded only the missing persons report, but for Lisa Miller, a different result popped up. A death certificate, dated February 3, 1999. Cause of death, drowning, location, Willow Creek. My breath hitched again, one down, but the report specified drowning, not a homicide, and the date was months after the disappearance. This wasn't a mass grave discovery. I quickly clicked on the link. The scanned document confirmed it. Lisa Miller, age 17, found in a shallow part of Willow Creek by a pair of hikers. Her body was badly decomposed, making identification difficult, but dental records matched. The report noted that given the length of time she had been missing, and the condition of her body, foul play could not be definitively ruled out. But there were no obvious signs of struggle or injury beyond what would be expected from prolonged submersion and exposure. The case was closed as an accidental drowning, likely due to a fall into the creek and subsequent hypothermia or injury leading to inability to escape. One down, but there were 10 others, and the note clearly stated, everyone in the frame is dead. This meant the remaining 10 were also deceased, even if their deaths hadn't been documented in the same way or if their bodies hadn't been found. This was more than just a discrepancy, it was a gaping hole in the official record. A deliberate omission, perhaps, or simply a case that went so cold, so deep that only whispered truths remained. I leaned back in my chair, the buzzing fluorescent light overhead casting long, dancing shadows around the archive room. The silence, once comforting, now felt like a heavy blanket pressing in, amplifying the frantic beat of my own heart. I knew I couldn't just leave it. The Beware the Smiles note, the chilling certainty of everyone in the frame is dead, and now Lisa Miller's discovered body months later in the same creek, it was all too much to ignore. This wasn't just old paperwork, it was a living mystery, perhaps one that Havenwood had tried desperately to bury. I gathered the few documents, the photo and Lisa Miller's death certificate, placing them neatly on top of the open file. I decided I needed to talk to Chief Miller, He was the most likely person to shed some light on this. He'd been in Havenwood a long time, longer than Detective Evans. He would know the history, the unofficial stories, the truths that never made it into official reports. The handwritten note itself looked old, the ink faded, but the scrawl had a certain familiar firmness to it. Could it have been his? I carefully closed the file, the sound like a distant sigh in the quiet room. I made a mental note to pull any other case files that referenced Willow Creek or the late 90s disappearances. I spent the next hour doing just that, but found nothing new, only reams of mundane reports about lost dogs and minor vandalism. It was as if the vanishing of these 11 young people, save for Lisa Miller's solitary recovery, had been systematically scrubbed from the active memory of the department, relegated to the dusty purgatory of unsolved, without any real explanation for that status. When I finally ascended the creaking stairs from the basement, the afternoon sun was streaming through the windows of the station's main office. Brenda, our dispatcher, was engrossed in a crossword puzzle, her headset resting on her desk. Chief Miller was in his office, his door ajar, the faint scent of stale coffee and pipe tobacco wafting out. Detective Evans was nowhere to be seen, likely out on a call. This was my chance. I knocked softly on Chief Miller's doorframe. "Chief, got a minute?" He looked up from a stack of invoices, his spectacles perched on the end of his nose. His face, usually a roadmap of gruff experience, softened slightly. "Alex, come in. Find anything interesting down there or still just sorting through decades of lost cats?" He chuckled, a low rumble. "Something interesting, Chief," I replied, stepping inside. I held the file folder, the Willow Creek group photo file, in my hand. He eyed it. His expression shifted subtly, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features before settling back into his usual calm. "What's that you got there?" he asked, his voice a little less jovial. "It's the Willow Creek group photo file, Chief," I said, placing it gently on his desk, careful not to disturb the invoices. I opened it and pointed to the handwritten note. "This note, Chief, it says, 'Beware the smiles, everyone in the frame is dead.'" I found it on the file. Chief Miller leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the note. He reached out a gnarled finger and lightly touched the faded ink. A long silence stretched between us, broken only by the hum of the fluorescent lights. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. That's an old one," he finally said, his voice low, almost a murmur. "An unfortunate one." "Unfortunate how, Chief? The file only contains missing persons reports from 1998 for 11 kids, and then a death certificate for one of them, Lisa Miller, found months later, listed as an accidental drowning. But the note says everyone is dead, and it's filed under unsolved homicides. What happened?" I laid out the photograph, then the missing persons report, and finally Lisa's death certificate, creating a small timeline on his desk. He picked up the photograph, his thumb gently brushing across the smiling faces. His eyes, usually sharp and penetrating, seemed to grow distant, lost in memory. "These kids, they were all from Havenwood, good kids from good families. Sarah Jenkins, Mark Peterson, I knew some of their parents personally. Hell, I watched some of these kids grow up." "What happened, Chief?" I pressed, sensing his reluctance but knowing I had to push. He sighed, a deep, weary sound that seemed to carry the weight of years. He leaned back in his chair, taking off his spectacles and rubbing the bridge of his nose. "It was a bad time for Havenwood, a very bad time. We'd never had anything like it before. 11 kids just gone, poof, like they walked off the face of the earth. But Lisa Miller's body was found, and the note says all of them are dead. Does that mean the others were found too and it just wasn't recorded, or were their deaths somehow confirmed without bodies?" "No," he said, shaking his head slowly. "No, Alex, that's the thing. Lisa was the only one ever found, the only one. The official line was accidental drowning, tragic, but nobody really bought it, not entirely." "Why not?" "Because Lisa Miller was a strong swimmer, always had been, and while the creek could be treacherous in places, it wasn't some raging river. And the way she was found months later in a shallow section that had been searched multiple times, it just didn't add up for a lot of people. It never added up." "So what did people think happened?" He looked at me, a direct, piercing gaze. "They thought the others were dead too, and that it wasn't an accident. They thought someone or something was responsible." My gut tightened. "Something." Chief Miller gave a mirthless chuckle. "This town, Alex, it's old and it's isolated. People here, they have their own ways of explaining things. Stories get passed down, legends, things that don't make it into official police reports." He picked up the photo again. "After Lisa was found, the fear in town, it really took hold. The parents of the other 10, they never gave up hope, not really, but everyone else, they started saying it, that they were all gone. That something in the woods had taken them." "Are you talking about folklore, Chief?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, professional, even as a shiver ran down my spine. "Call it what you will, what I'm telling you is the unofficial truth of this town. This case, it broke Havenwood's heart and its spirit. People started moving away, businesses closed. For years, every rustle in the woods, every shadow, every strange sound, it was blamed on what happened at Willow Creek. The note you found, that was written by my predecessor, Chief Davies. He was a good man, but this case, it broke him too. He believed it, what people were saying." That they were all dead and that it wasn't natural. Did he ever find any evidence of foul play for the others? He searched tirelessly for years. He followed every lead, interviewed everyone, brought in outside experts, but nothing, no bodies, no weapon, no suspects, no witnesses, just nothing. After a while, the official investigation wound down, state police left. It became a local cold case, then eventually just a memory people tried to forget. But he still filed it under unsolved homicides, even without bodies. Davies was unconventional. He felt it in his bones. He saw the parents' faces, heard their cries. He knew Lisa's death wasn't just a simple drowning. He put it there as a statement, a silent promise that he hadn't forgotten, that they hadn't forgot. He thought of it as a living case, even if no one else would touch it. And you, Chief, do you believe it, that they're all dead and that it wasn't an accident? Chief Miller looked at the photo one last time before placing it back in the file. His gaze met mine, deep and troubled. Alex, in this job you see things, you learn to trust your instincts and sometimes the instincts of the people who have lived here for generations. Officially, it's still 10 missing persons and 1 accidental drowning. Unofficially, Havenwood lost 11 kids that day, and whatever took them, it never left. His words hung heavy in the air, the implication clear, unsettling. He wasn't just talking about a person. He was talking about something far more nebulous, more terrifying. This was the kind of local legend I'd heard about but never thought I'd encounter in my police work. Why was this case never digitized before? I asked, trying to steer the conversation back to firm ground, away from the creeping tendrils of folklore. Because it was locked away almost intentionally. After Davies retired, the new chief, he just wanted to move on. He saw it as a stain on the town, no new leads, no bodies, just a source of pain and unsettling rumors. He tucked it away, hoping it would stay buried, and it did until you, the eager rookie, went digging in the forgotten corners. He gave a faint smile, but there was no humor in it. Maybe it was time someone did. So what do you want me to do with it now, Chief? He pondered this for a moment, his gaze fixed on the file. Digitize it like the others, but carefully. Make sure all the original documents are scanned, and put a note on the digital file. Refer to Chief Miller before further access. I want to know if anyone goes poking around. And after that, Alex, you keep quiet about it. This isn't something to be casually discussed around town. It stirs up old ghosts, old fears, and Havenwood doesn't need that right now, but you keep an eye on it. And if anything at all ever links back to this, you come to me. He paused, his expression serious. And you be careful, Alex. Sometimes when you disturb old graves, you wake things up. The conversation ended there, leaving me with a knot of dread in my stomach and a file that felt heavier than lead. I returned to the basement, the photograph of the smiling, doomed youths now etched into my mind. The air in the archive, already cold, seemed to drop a few more degrees. I spent the rest of the afternoon meticulously scanning every page in the Willow Creek group photo file. The police reports, the missing persons posters, the newspaper clipping, and even the handwritten note itself. Each scan felt like I was breathing life back into a forgotten tragedy, bringing it out of the shadows and into the harsh glare of the digital age. As I scanned the photograph, I couldn't help but linger on each face. Sarah with her bright, inquisitive eyes. Mark leaning back with a confident smirk. Emily, her laughter seemingly caught midair. They were so vibrant, so full of potential, now reduced to a sepia-toned memory and a chilling riddle. I remembered Chief Miller's warning. Sometimes when you disturb old graves, you wake things up. It felt less like a metaphor and more like a literal prophecy down here in the echoing silence of the archive. The isolation that had once been comforting now felt suffocating, as if the walls themselves were pressing in, imbued with the sorrow and dread of the cases they contained. That night I couldn't shake the image of the photograph. It followed me home to my small, sparsely furnished apartment above the town's only diner. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a grinning face, every creak of the old building sounded like a whisper. I tried to distract myself, watching TV, reading a book, but my mind kept drifting back to Willow Creek, to the lost youths, to the ominous note. Who had written it? Chief Davies. What did he really know? I decided to do some more digging from home, away from the official channels, just for my own peace of mind. I pulled up old newspaper archives online, searching for Havenwood news from the late 90s and early 2000s. It was tedious work, sifting through digital remnants of a bygone era. My search yielded a few more articles about the initial disappearance, essentially reiterating what I already knew. But then, about 6 months after the main event, a small blurb caught my eye: Willow Creek Memorial Service held for lost youths. It was from March 2000. It wasn't about finding bodies, but about a community coming together to mourn. The article mentioned the families had finally accepted that their children were gone. It quoted a few grieving parents, one of whom, a Mrs. Jenkins, mother of Sarah Jenkins, spoke of a closure without peace. The article mentioned Lisa Miller by name, noting her body had been found, but the others were still missing. Yet the service was for all of them. It confirmed the town's unofficial belief that they were all dead, even without evidence. The article also briefly mentioned Chief Davies, praising his relentless, if ultimately fruitless, efforts. It said he was a man haunted by the case. That phrase stuck with me, haunted. It resonated deeply with the feeling I had in the archives, a sense that this case wasn't just cold, but permeated by something lingering, something unquiet. I widened my search parameters, looking for anything strange or unusual in Havenwood during that period. Local legends, strange occurrences, unsolved mysteries that weren't necessarily police cases. It was a long shot, but Chief Miller's something comment kept gnawing at me. After an hour of fruitless searching, I was about to give up when a niche local history blog, long abandoned, surfaced in my results. It was called Havenwood Echoes and looked like it had been run by an amateur historian or local enthusiast. The blog posts were mostly about old town buildings, forgotten founders, and minor historical events. But one post, dated 2005, was titled, The Legend of the Willow Creek Whisper. My heart gave a little jolt. Willow Creek. I clicked on it. The post was rambling and anecdotal, filled with local colloquialisms. It spoke of an old Native American legend about the land around Willow Creek being thin, a place where the veil between worlds was permeable. It wasn't a dark legend per se, but one of caution. It spoke of a whisper that could lure people away, promising forgotten memories or lost loved ones, drawing them deeper into the woods, never to return. The blog author dismissed it as harmless folklore, but noted that after the 1998 disappearances, the old stories resurfaced with a vengeance. People started attributing the vanishings to the whisper. They said the smiling kids had been too happy, too carefree, and had ignored the warnings, venturing too close to the thin place. It was vague, superstitious, and entirely unscientific, but it was also the first time I'd heard an explanation that wasn't abduction or getting lost, and it fit with Chief Miller's cryptic something comment. Something in the woods had taken them. I saved the link to the blog post. It probably wouldn't help my official police work, but it certainly added another layer of unsettling mystery to the Willow Creek case. It suggested that there was a collective, almost primal fear deeply embedded in the town's psyche, linked to that particular location. The next morning, I arrived at the station feeling tired but resolute. The archive work had changed. It was no longer a tedious chore, but a compelling, unsettling mission. I knew I had to be careful, as Chief Miller warned, but I also felt an undeniable pull, a responsibility to those smiling faces in the photograph. Detective Evans was in the break room nursing a coffee when I came in. He was a man of few words, his face a perpetual frown, but he was undeniably good at his job, with a reputation for being thorough. I considered bringing up the Willow Creek case with him, but Chief Miller's warning to keep quiet about it echoed in my ears. I decided to hold off, at least for now. I needed to understand more before potentially stirring up more trouble, or worse, sounding like a rookie chasing ghost stories. I spent the morning working on other cold cases, trying to project an air of normalcy. But my mind kept drifting back to the Willow Creek file, now safely digitized and archived, but still weighing heavily on my thoughts. I kept an eye on the internal system, watching to see if Chief Miller's note, refer to Chief Miller before further access, would trigger any hits. It didn't. No one else seemed interested in disturbing that particular grave. Around lunchtime, Chief Miller called me into his office. He was on the phone, speaking in hushed tones, his brow furrowed. He motioned for me to sit. When he hung up, he looked troubled. "That was Sarah Jenkins' mother," he said, rubbing his temples. "Sarah was one of the kids in your photograph." My heart leapt into my throat. "Is everything all right, Chief?" "She's fine, just she called because she saw something. She thought she saw Sarah." My blood ran cold. Saw Sarah after all these years. Sarah Jenkins, the girl with the bright, inquisitive eyes in the photo. She was at the Havenwood market. She was picking up groceries. She said she saw a young woman walking past the window, looked exactly like Sarah. The same hair, the same way she held her head, even the same jacket, she thought. It threw her. She called to tell me about it, asked if maybe there'd been some new information, some breakthrough. "What did you tell her, Chief?" I told her it was likely a mistake, a trick of the light, an old memory playing tricks on her. "It's been 25 years, Alex. Sarah would be in her early 40s now. People change." But Mrs. Jenkins was adamant. She said it was like looking at a ghost. He sighed. "It happens sometimes. Grieving parents see their lost children everywhere. It's part of the pain." "But what if it wasn't a mistake?" I ventured, the words feeling reckless as soon as they left my mouth. "What if it was someone connected to the case, or even Sarah?" Chief Miller looked at me, a long, assessing gaze. "Alex, you've been looking at that file, haven't you? It gets to you. That's why Davies buried it. He didn't want anyone else getting sucked into the vortex of what-ifs that haunted him for years." "But Chief, if even a small part of that old legend about the whisper is true, and if there's any chance some of those kids weren't dead, or that something else happened then?" He held up a hand. "Hold on, let's not get carried away with old wives' tales, Alex. We're police officers. We deal in facts and evidence. What Mrs. Jenkins saw was an emotional reaction, understandable given her history. There's no new evidence, no new leads. It's just a grieving mother seeing a phantom. But what if we could at least check? See if there's any record of a young woman resembling Sarah Jenkins having recently moved into town, or even passing through." Chief Miller considered this, his fingers drumming on his desk. It's a small town, Alex. If someone new moved in looking exactly like a spitting image of a missing person from such a high-profile case, someone would have noticed and said something long before Mrs. Jenkins had a fleeting glimpse in a window. This isn't the city, but he paused. All right, as a courtesy to Mrs. Jenkins, you can spend an hour tops checking any recent police reports, maybe any new driver's licenses issued or utility hookups. But you do it quietly, no stirring up rumors, and if you find nothing, you drop it. Understand? Understood, Chief. My heart was pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. It was a long shot, but it was a lead, however faint, a potential crack in the decades-old silence. I returned to my desk and meticulously went through the limited recent records. Havenwood wasn't a bustling metropolis. New residents were rare and usually known quickly. I checked recent traffic stops, minor incidents, even the register at the local motel that occasionally saw tourists or transient workers. Nothing resembling a young woman who could be Sarah Jenkins or even a close resemblance. No new utility accounts, no new registrations. The town was as quiet as ever. I felt a pang of disappointment. Chief Miller was right. It was likely just a memory playing tricks. But the unease lingered. Why now? Why would Mrs. Jenkins, after all these years, suddenly have such a vivid hallucination? As I was about to close the search, a thought occurred to me. What if the person wasn't a new resident, but someone passing through, someone who might not leave a formal paper trail, or someone who deliberately avoided leaving one? It was a wild thought, but the Willow Creek case wasn't exactly straightforward. I decided to try a different approach, one that went slightly beyond my assigned parameters. I looked up the old police reports from the time Sarah Jenkins and the others went missing, not just the initial one, but any follow-up reports. There were several, mostly detailing search efforts and interviews with family members. One detail, buried deep in an interview with Sarah's best friend, Chloe Adams, who was also in the photo and disappeared, mentioned Sarah's favorite hiking jacket, a distinctive red and black plaid. Mrs. Jenkins had specifically mentioned the same jacket. A small detail, perhaps meaningless, but it added a tiny bit of weight to Mrs. Jenkins' claim. It wasn't just a face, it was an entire silhouette down to a specific item of clothing. I knew I shouldn't push it, not yet, but I couldn't ignore the coincidence. The chief had given me an hour, I'd used it, but a new thought sparked. What if the person Mrs. Jenkins saw wasn't someone new? What if they were returning? I went home that evening with a new resolve. I needed to understand more about Chief Davies. He was the one who wrote the note, who harbored the deep conviction. He was the one who was haunted. If anyone knew the unofficial truths, the secrets of Willow Creek, it would be him. I searched for him online, hoping he was still alive and perhaps living locally. It took some digging, but I found an obituary. Arthur Davies, died in 2010, aged 85. He'd lived a long life, but unfortunately he was gone. Any direct answers he held were lost to time. However, the obituary mentioned a surviving daughter, Eleanor Davies, who still lived in Havenwood. That was a lead. She might not know details of the police case, but she might know about her father's obsession, his personal theories, or even the local legends he might have believed. The next morning, I arrived at the station with a plan. My digitizing duties were almost done. I had essentially cataloged Havenwood's entire collection of official and unofficial ghosts. It was time for a more direct, yet still cautious approach. I finished scanning a stack of old property dispute documents, trying to look busy, trying to look normal. "Alex, can I see you for a moment?" Chief Miller's voice from his office doorway. My stomach fluttered. Had he found out about my extra digging? "Yes, Chief." I walked into his office. He was looking at something on his computer. "You checked the recent records for that sighting Mrs. Jenkins reported?" he asked, not looking at me. "Yes, Chief, nothing came up. No one matching that description newly in town or passing through that I could find a record of." He nodded slowly. Good, as I expected. It was a long shot. He finally looked at me, a serious expression on his face. But it's interesting timing. Mrs. Jenkins wasn't the only one. My breath caught. "What do you mean, Chief?" This morning, another call came in from Mr. Peterson, Mark Peterson's father. Mark was the confident-looking young man in the photo. He claims he saw Mark at the old diner grabbing a coffee. My mind reeled. 2 separate sightings in different locations on consecutive days. This was beyond coincidence. Did he describe the person, Chief? Any details? He said it was Mark, clear as day. A little older, of course, but unmistakable. Said the man looked startled when he saw him, then just left without a word, just walked out. Chief Miller's voice was strained, no longer dismissive. He looked truly perplexed. He knows what people will say, that he's grieving, seeing things, but he sounded so certain, Alex, just like Mrs. Jenkins. He said it was like seeing a ghost. 2 ghosts, Chief, 2 parents seeing their missing children after 25 years. It's too much for coincidence. The words tumbled out, urgent and firm. We have to investigate this, officially. Chief Miller leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his tired face. Investigate what, Alex? Ghosts? How do we put that in a report? Possible sighting of 25-year-old missing person who's believed to be deceased by grieving parent, corroborated by similar sighting by another grieving parent. He paused, then looked at me, his eyes heavy. But you're right, it is too much. Something is happening, even if it's just the past finally catching up with us. The timing with me finding the file, Chief, it can't be unrelated. You said yourself, when you disturb old graves, you wake things up. It feels like we woke something up. He nodded, a grim set to his jaw. Perhaps we did. All right, Alex, this needs to be handled delicately. No panic, no gossip. We don't want to send this town into a spiral of old fears, but we can't ignore it either. What's the plan, Chief? First, you will discreetly check the areas of these sightings. The Havenwood Market, the old diner, see if any other security cameras, old as they might be, caught anything. Talk to people casually, not officially, if they saw anything unusual. Describe the people Mrs. Jenkins and Mr. Peterson saw. Don't mention the missing persons case directly, just say you're looking into people who might have seen something unusual. The chief's instructions were clear, albeit fraught with unspoken tension. Discreetly was the operative word. This wasn't a standard police investigation. It was a delicate dance around a 25-year-old wound, now apparently festering anew. My first stop was the Havenwood Market, a place that smelled perpetually of fresh bread, sawdust, and ripening produce. It was the heart of the town's commerce and thankfully had a rudimentary security system. A few grainy cameras mounted high in the corners, mostly as a deterrent for shoplifters rather than for high-definition surveillance. I approached the owner, old Mr. Henderson, a man whose gruff exterior barely masked a kindly heart. He'd known my family for years, though I was still relatively new to Havenwood myself, having grown up a few towns over before the academy. "Morning, Mr. Henderson," I greeted, leaning against the counter as a customer paid for their milk. "Morning, Alex, just browsing or need something official?" His eyes twinkled. "Just a casual chat, actually. You know, we've had a few reports of some odd characters passing through town lately. Nothing serious, just trying to keep an eye on things." I kept my tone light, non-committal. Rough description, a woman mid-40s, maybe a bit quiet, but might have been wearing a distinctive red and black plaid jacket. You happen to see anyone like that around on, say, Monday afternoon? Mr. Henderson stroked his chin, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. "Plaid, you say, red and black? Can't say I recall specifically. Lots of folks come and go, even in Havenwood. But I can check the tapes if you like. Got 'em for about a week back." "That would be a huge help, Mr. Henderson. No rush, whenever you get a moment." I gave him my card. "Just curious if anyone unusual popped up. Keep it quiet, though. Don't want to spook the regulars." He nodded, already moving towards the back office. "Mum's the word, Alex. Havenwood's seen enough spookin' for one lifetime." His comment, though innocent enough, held an accidental resonance with the Willow Creek case. Next, I headed to the old diner, a greasy spoon that had barely changed since the 70s, probably the exact place Mr. Peterson had seen Mark. The aroma of stale coffee and sizzling bacon hung heavy in the air. Martha, the owner, a woman whose beehive hairdo seemed to defy gravity, was wiping down the counter. "Hey, Officer Alex," she chirped, always friendly. "Coffee on the house." "Thanks, Martha. Just finished my rounds. Thought I'd pop in. Heard anything interesting around town lately? Any new faces?" She tutted. "New faces? Bless your heart, Alex. In Havenwood, a new face is usually just old man Hemlock's cousin from out of state. But now that you mention it," she paused, her eyes narrowing in thought. "Monday, no wait, Tuesday morning early, just after the breakfast rush. A man came in, sat at that counter stool right there," she pointed. "Didn't order much, just a coffee, kept his head down, but there was something about him, just a feeling. Like he didn't belong, but also like he did." "What did he look like, Martha?" I tried to keep my voice casual, but my pulse quickened. "Well, now, he was a good-looking fella. Mid-40s maybe, dark hair bit graying at the temples, strong jaw, just familiar, you know, but I couldn't place him, and he left in a hurry. Old Mr. Peterson, you know him, he was having his usual eggs over easy. He tried to say something to the man, but the man just bolted, didn't even touch his coffee." "Did he say anything to Mr. Peterson?" "Not a word, just a sort of grunt, then out the door like a bat out of hell. Left a $10 bill for a $2 coffee, mind you. Generous ghost, I guess." She chuckled, oblivious to the unintentional irony. "Security cameras, Martha, you got any?" She scoffed. "Security for what, spilled gravy? Nah, Alex. Only camera I got is the one in my head." Disappointment, sharp and immediate, cut through me. No visual evidence from the diner. This meant relying solely on eyewitness accounts, notoriously unreliable even in the best of circumstances. But Martha's description was consistent with Mr. Peterson's, and the hurried departure added a layer of suspicion. Why would someone leave so abruptly, especially after being seemingly recognized? I thanked Martha, promising to keep her updated if anything came of my inquiries. As I walked out, the image of Mark Peterson's confident smirk from the photograph flashed in my mind, now overlaid with Martha's description of a man trying to avoid recognition. Back at the station, I reported my findings to Chief Miller. He listened intently, his expression growing more solemn with each detail. "Henderson will check the tapes, but Martha's diner doesn't have cameras. She did, however, give a consistent description of the man Mr. Peterson saw and confirmed he left in a hurry after Mr. Peterson tried to approach him. It seems too specific to be a coincidence, Chief. Chief Miller nodded slowly, pushing his glasses up his nose. It is too specific. Two separate individuals, 25 years vanished, seen by their own parents within days of each other, right after you started digging into that file. It's uncanny. He stared out his office window at the quiet main street of Havenwood. All right, Alex, we can't go official, not yet, not without more, but we will investigate, just off the books for now. What do you have in mind, Chief? For starters, I want you to go back to the market later today, discreetly. If Henderson finds anything on those tapes, it's our first real piece of evidence. And if he doesn't, well, we'll still keep an eye out. Maybe these phantoms are still around. His emphasis on phantoms was unnerving. Secondly, I want you to follow up on Chief Davies' daughter, Alina. You said you found her in the obituary. Yes, Chief, Alina Davies still lives in Havenwood. Good, find her, talk to her. See if she knows anything about her father's work on the Willow Creek case, anything he might have said, any personal notes or theories he had that didn't make it into official reports. He was obsessed, Alex. If anyone knew the unofficial truth, it was him. Understood, Chief. This was the lead I had been hoping for, a direct link to the man who wrote the ominous note. I spent the rest of the morning clearing up some of the last few archiving duties, mostly to keep up appearances. The old computer hummed its familiar tune, but the quiet of the basement now felt less like isolation and more like a cloak of secrecy. I knew I was delving into something far beyond typical police work, something that brushed against the edges of the supernatural, just as Chief Miller and the Havenwood Echo's blog had hinted. In the afternoon, I decided to tackle the Alina Davies lead. I looked up her address in the Old Town directory. She lived in a small, well-kept house on the outskirts of Havenwood, surrounded by a tangle of ancient rose bushes. It was a charming, if somewhat reclusive, place. I drove over, my heart thumping a little faster than usual. This wasn't an interrogation. It was a delicate conversation with the daughter of a man haunted by a case I was only just beginning to understand. I parked down the street, not wanting to seem overly official. Alina Davies was a woman in her late 60s with her father's sharp eyes, though softened by age, and a gentle smile. Her silver hair was pulled back in a neat bun, and she wore a faded apron, suggesting she'd been baking. The scent of cinnamon wafted from her open front door. Ms. Davies, I asked, introducing myself and explaining I was a new officer at the Havenwood PD working through old archives. I came across some of your father's old files, specifically the Willow Creek case. His handwritten notes were very insightful, and I was hoping, if you had a moment, you might be able to shed a little more light on his perspective. I chose my words carefully, avoiding any mention of the recent sightings or the chilling note. Her smile faltered slightly, replaced by a shadow of melancholy. Ah, the Willow Creek case, my father that one nearly broke him, bless his heart. Come in, Officer Alex. Would you like some tea? I just made a fresh batch of apple pie. I accepted gratefully, stepping into a living room that was a testament to a life well lived and memories carefully preserved. Photos adorned every surface, her father, Chief Davies, in his younger days, then older, his face etched with more lines. There were also photos of a younger Alina and what looked like other family members. We sat in comfortable armchairs, a warm mug of tea in my hands, the scent of pie filling the air. It felt almost domestic, a stark contrast to the grim nature of my inquiry. My father, Arthur, Alina began, stirring her tea. He was a good man, by the book mostly, but that case had changed him. He never spoke much about the specifics, not with me anyway, said it was too dark for a civilian's ears, but I saw the toll it took, the sleepless nights, the way he'd stare off into the woods just lost in thought. Did he ever share any personal theories, Ms. Davies? Anything that wasn't in the official reports? She looked at me, her eyes thoughtful, a hint of something deeper in their depths. He believed they were all dead, that's what he was certain of, even without bodies. He said it was the feeling, the silence. When something truly terrible happens, he said, the land remembers. In that part of Willow Creek, it felt cold, empty after they vanished. He filed it under unsolved homicides, even though it was officially missing persons. Do you know why? He told me once it was his promise to those children, to their families, that he wouldn't let them be forgotten or their deaths dismissed as just getting lost. He truly believed someone or something had taken them, and that whatever it wasn't natural. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. Did he ever talk about something not natural in more detail? I asked, leaning forward slightly. Local legends, perhaps, the Willow Creek whisper. Alina's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. You've heard of that, the whisper? Oh yes, he did. He never scoffed at the old stories, not entirely. He used to say that there was a kind of truth in them, even if it wasn't a scientific one. He said the old ones, the Native Americans, they knew this land better than any of us. They knew its secrets, and they warned of places where the veil was thin. She set her teacup down, her gaze fixed on a framed photograph of her father in his police uniform. He spent so much time out there, Alex, in the woods, searching, and he found things, little things, but nothing that made sense. Once he came home looking ashen. He said he heard it. The whisper, he said it was like a dozen voices all calling out names, familiar names but distorted just at the edge of hearing. He said it was like it was trying to lure him deeper, to make him remember something he couldn't quite grasp. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just folklore now, it was her father's personal experience. Did he ever say what it was calling out? He said it was names, but not just the names of the missing children, other names, older names, and sometimes he said it would whisper his own name as if it knew him. She shivered despite the warmth of the room. He started carrying a compass everywhere, even after he retired, said it was to find his way back in case the woods tried to confuse him again. Did he ever write any of this down, in a private journal, perhaps? Leaner stood, walking over to an antique writing desk in the corner. He had a small journal. He kept it hidden, said it was for things no one else would understand, things the department would laugh at. After he passed, I kept it. I haven't looked at it much. It felt too private, too sad, but perhaps now it's time. She opened a small, locked drawer and produced a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. She handed it to me. He was a good man, Officer Alex. He never stopped believing in what he felt, and I think he'd want you to understand. I took the journal, its weight feeling significant in my hands. Thank you, Ms. Davies. This is invaluable. Just be careful, Alex, she warned, her voice soft but firm. My father, he believed that when you dwell too long on such things, they can start to dwell on you. I thanked Alina profusely, promising to return the journal once I'd reviewed it. I left her home with a mix of excitement and profound unease. The chief's words about disturbing old graves echoed louder than ever. I now held a direct link to the deeper, unsettling truths about the Willow Creek case, truths that Chief Davies had kept hidden from official channels. Back at the station, Chief Miller was already in his office, looking through some patrol schedules. I closed his door behind me. Eleanor Davies was very helpful, Chief, I began, placing the leather-bound journal on his desk. She gave me this, her father's personal journal. He recorded things he couldn't put in official reports. Chief Miller's eyes widened as he looked at the journal. He picked it up, his thumb tracing the worn leather. Davies' journal, I remember him mentioning he kept one, but I never saw it. This is quite a find, Alex. This could be where he kept all the pieces that didn't fit. He looked at me, a glimmer of respect in his tired eyes. Good work, Alex, very good work. She also confirmed he believed in the Willow Creek Whisper, and that he personally experienced something out there. He heard names, even his own, being whispered, trying to lure him deeper into the woods. Chief Miller's expression hardened. He never told me about that, not directly. He'd just get quiet, withdrawn after a long search. I always thought it was the frustration getting to him, the futility of it all. He tapped the journal. Maybe this will tell us more. What about Mr. Henderson, Chief? Any luck with the market tapes? Just as I finished the sentence, the phone on Chief Miller's desk rang. He picked it up. Miller, yes, Mr. Henderson, you found something. What? Are you sure? All right, bring it over immediately. He hung up, his face a mixture of shock and disbelief. Henderson found something, Alex. He found Sarah. My heart leaped. On the tape, she was there. He said it was a blurry image, but clear enough. A woman in a red and black plaid jacket. He tried to enhance it, but his system isn't great. He's bringing the whole DVR over. A few minutes later, Mr. Henderson bustled into the chief's office, carrying a small, boxy DVR. His face was pale. I don't know what to say, Chief, he stammered, plugging the device into a monitor in the office. I've been running that market for 40 years, never seen anything like it. He fast-forwarded through the footage, the images skipping rapidly until he slowed it down for Monday afternoon. The camera was positioned near the entrance, showing people coming and going. The quality was poor, typical of old analog CCTV, but decipherable. Then there she was, a woman, her back mostly to the camera, but clearly visible in a distinctive red and black plaid jacket. She paused at the window, glancing inside, then quickly moved on out of frame. The movement was fluid, almost too graceful. The angle made it hard to see her face clearly, but her posture, her build, even the way she tilted her head slightly, it was eerily similar to Sarah Jenkins in the photograph. That's her, Chief, Mr. Henderson said, his voice barely a whisper. That's the woman Mrs. Jenkins described, and it's exactly how Sarah used to stand, used to walk. Chief Miller leaned closer to the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. He rewound and played the clip several times. The jacket, it's almost identical to what Mrs. Jenkins described Sarah wearing, and the way she moved, if I didn't know better, I'd say it was her. But it's impossible, Chief, I said, a knot forming in my stomach. 25 years, she'd be in her 40s. She would, Chief Miller agreed, his voice distant. And this woman, she looks no older than late 20s, early 30s at most. We all stared at the grainy image on the screen, a chilling silence filling the room. The woman on the tape, if it was indeed Sarah Jenkins, had barely aged a day. This wasn't just a sighting, it was a profound, inexplicable anomaly. This changes things, Chief Miller finally declared, his voice firm, dispelling some of the disbelief in the room. This isn't just a grieving parent's delusion anymore. This is something else. Alex, I want you to go through Davy's journal. Every word, look for anything, any reference, any theory that could explain this. He then looked at Mr. Henderson. Mr. Henderson, I need you to keep this quiet. Don't mention this tape to anyone, not a soul. This could cause a panic in town. Mr. Henderson, still visibly shaken, nodded vehemently. My lips are sealed, Chief. My absolute lips are sealed. He carefully unplugged his DVR, his hands trembling slightly. As soon as he left, Chief Miller turned to me. This is no longer a cold case, Alex. It's an active investigation, but we still need to keep it quiet. We can't let the public know about this tape or what it implies, not until we understand it. Go through that journal, see what Davies knew or suspected. And be careful, Alex, we're in deep now. I picked up Chief Davies' journal, its leather now feeling colder, heavier in my hands. The implications of the video were staggering. A missing person, believed dead for 25 years, appearing to have barely aged, glimpsed in town. This defied every logical explanation, every law of nature. I took the journal down to the archives, seeking the solitude of the basement. The buzzing fluorescent light seemed brighter now, cutting through the shadows, but also illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, creating an almost ethereal haze. I sat at my desk, the ancient computer now merely a silent witness, and opened the journal. The first few entries were mundane, typical police work, observations on daily life in Havenwood. But as I flipped through the pages, the entries grew more sparse, more cryptic, interspersed with what appeared to be personal observations and questions that bled into philosophical musings. October 1998, the silence of the woods is a different kind of sound now. It screams their absence. 11 lives just gone, no struggle, no trace, just a campsite abandoned as if they simply vanished into thin air. Parents' eyes, they haunt me. November 1998, Lisa Miller's body found, drowned. They want to close it, accidental, but how? She was a strong swimmer. In a shallow part of the creek we searched a dozen times. Her body badly decomposed, but no signs of external injury beyond what the elements inflict. But I feel it. This isn't right. It was a lie, a convenient lie. Early 1999, The Whisper. I heard it again today, out by Willow Creek, calling, not just the children's names, but others, old names, names I don't recognize, and then my own, Arthur. It felt like a chill wind blowing through my very bones, yet there was no wind. It wants something. It wants to draw you in, make you lose yourself, make you remember things that aren't real. This confirmed what a leaner had told me. Chief Davies wasn't just speculating, he was experiencing something profound and unsettling. Mid-1999, local talk. The old legends are resurfacing, the thin place. The place where the veil between worlds is permeable, the place where the whisper lives. They say it preys on happiness, on joy. Those children, they were so happy in that photo, too happy perhaps. The old ones warn against letting your guard down near Willow Creek, against venturing too close when your heart is full of light. He was connecting the dots between the local folklore and the disappearances. This was the something Chief Miller had hinted at. Late 1999, I've been studying old texts, Native American histories of this region. Local legends passed down through generations. There are accounts, ancient ones, of people vanishing, of coming back changed, or not coming back at all. They speak of the changer, a spirit of the woods, sometimes benevolent, sometimes malicious. It is said to steal memories, to create illusions, to lead travelers astray. Some accounts suggest it can take the form of loved ones, beckoning you deeper. The journal entries became more fragmented, less like police reports and more like a man's desperate attempt to make sense of the incomprehensible. He wrote about shadows that moved when no one was there, about feeling watched, about unexplained sounds in his home. He became obsessed with maps, with marking anomalous zones around Willow Creek. He even drew a crude map in the journal with a circle around a specific section of the creek labeled the Nexus. 2000-2005, entries grew sporadic. The dreams, they come now of the children smiling, always smiling, but their eyes, sometimes they're empty, sometimes they're not their own. They stand by the creek beckoning. They don't look older. They look exactly as they did in the photograph. Is this the whisper at work, even in my sleep? I saw Sarah Jenkins today, or a ghost of her, walking through town just for a moment. She looked just as she did that day, a trick of the light, a cruel joke of memory, but it felt so real, too real. This place, it won't let us forget. This entry, dated almost 2 decades ago, sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. Davies had seen Sarah too, the same seemingly ageless apparition years ago. This wasn't a recent phenomenon, it was a recurring one, perhaps triggered by my opening of the file, but not caused by it. The implications were immense. I continued reading, my mind racing. Davies speculated about time dilation, about alternate realities, about the possibility that the children hadn't died but had been taken to another place another time. He theorized that the whisper was not just a spirit but a gateway, a rift, and that occasionally, perhaps when the veil was thinnest, these lost ones could slip back, even if only for a fleeting moment, to their original timeline, their original forms. But the toll, he believed the toll was memory. He thought they might return without memory of who they were or where they had been, or that they were merely echoes, projections. The journal ended abruptly in 2009, a year before his death, with a final, desperate plea. Someone must understand, someone must find them, or at least find the truth. before Havenwood forgets entirely or before the whisper claims more. I closed the journal, my hands trembling. Chief Davies wasn't just a cop. He was a man who had glimpsed something beyond human comprehension and had tried in vain to document it. He had wrestled with the impossible and it had consumed him. I went straight back to Chief Miller's office, the journal clutched in my hand. He looked up, his expression expectant. "Chief," I began, my voice a little shaky, "this journal, it's everything." Davies was on to something far beyond a simple disappearance. He believed in the thin place in the whisper. He heard it. He believed the children were taken, not just lost or dead. And he saw Sarah Jenkins years ago, exactly as Mrs. Jenkins saw her, as we saw on the tape, undeniably young, unchanged. I quickly summarized the most pertinent entries, the whisper calling names, the old legends of the changer and the thin place, the idea of being lured, the connection to profound happiness, the possibility of time dilation or alternate realities, and crucially, Davies' own sighting of an ageless Sarah Jenkins. Chief Miller listened, his face growing paler with each revelation. When I finished, a long silence hung in the air. "My God, Alex," he breathed finally. "He wasn't just a broken man, he was a prophet. He saw it all, and we just filed it away." He ran a hand over his face. "This is beyond anything I've ever dealt with. Ghosts, timelines, legends. This isn't police work, Alex. This is something out of a nightmare." "But it's happening, Chief. The tape confirms it. Mrs. Jenkins saw her daughter. Mark Peterson saw his son. Something has woken up, just as you warned. And if Davies' theories about returning without memory or being echoes are true, then we need to be prepared." "Prepared for what?" Chief Miller asked, his voice laced with a raw edge of fear I hadn't heard before. "How do you prepare for something that defies all logic, all science?" "We follow his lead, Chief. We treat his journal as a case file. We go to Willow Creek. We look for this nexus he marked on his map, and we try to understand what happened." Chief Miller stood up, walked to his window, and stared out at the quiet town. "If we go to Willow Creek, Alex, what do we tell people? We can't just cordon off the area and say we're investigating a supernatural phenomenon. The town would erupt or laugh us out of office. We go quietly, Chief, just us. We scout the area armed with Davies' notes. We look for anything, any anomaly, any sign that he wasn't just a haunted man, but a man who found a hidden truth." He turned back to me, his eyes filled with a grim resolve. "All right, Alex, but we go prepared, not just with Davies' notes, but with everything we can logically bring to bear. And we keep this between us, no one else, not Evans, not Brenda, just you and me. You're still a rookie, Alex, but you're the one who found this. You're the one who started this. And now you're the only one I trust to help me finish it, whatever it turns out to be." His words filled me with a surge of both terror and determination. This was it, the real investigation, the one that would lead us into the unknown, into the heart of Havenwood's darkest secret. "When do we go, Chief?" "Tomorrow morning, first light. We'll take my cruiser. I want to be out there before anyone else is stirring. And Alex, take care of that journal. It's our only guide in this madness." I spent that evening poring over Davies' journal again, making notes, trying to connect his fragmented thoughts into a coherent picture. The old map he'd drawn marking the nexus at Willow Creek became my focal point. I cross-referenced it with modern topographical maps of the area, trying to pinpoint the exact location. It seemed to be in a particularly dense, secluded part of the woods, a spot that wasn't commonly used by hikers. Sleep didn't come easily. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the old building sounded like a whisper. The smiling faces from the photograph floated behind my eyelids, their joy now replaced by a chilling ambiguity. Were they victims, or were they something else entirely? The next morning, the air was crisp and cold, a heavy mist clinging to the mountaintops. Chief Miller and I met at the station before dawn, both of us carrying the quiet intensity of men embarking on a perilous journey. He had packed a small backpack with supplies, a first aid kit, a compass, a few bottles of water, and a powerful flashlight. I had Davies' journal, my own police-issue flashlight, and a growing sense of dread. We drove his unmarked cruiser out of town, the headlights cutting through the pre-dawn gloom. The road wound deeper into the mountains, eventually turning onto a narrow, unpaved track that led towards Willow Creek. The trees grew taller, denser, their branches interlacing overhead, forming a dark canopy. "This is the old logging road," Chief Miller explained, his voice low. "Not used much anymore. Ends about a mile from where we need to go. We'll have to hike the rest of the way." We parked the cruiser at the end of the dirt track, the silence of the forest pressing in immediately. It was a profound, almost ancient silence, broken only by the distant caw of a crow and the rustle of our own movements. The air here was colder, crisper, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. We began our hike following a barely discernible deer trail. The chief led the way, his sturdy boots crunching on fallen leaves and twigs. I followed, clutching Davies' journal, constantly checking the crude map against my phone's GPS, though reception was spotty out here. "Davies spent years out here, Alex," Chief Miller said without turning. "He must have known this place like the back of his hand. He even built a small cabin, just a shack really deeper in the woods. Said it helped him feel closer to the investigation, said it helped him listen." A shiver ran down my spine. Listen to the whisper. After about 40 minutes of strenuous hiking, the terrain grew rougher, the trees even more tightly packed. We reached a small clearing dominated by a cluster of gnarled, ancient oak trees, their branches twisted and skeletal against the gray sky. A faint, almost imperceptible path, little more than a memory of human passage, led deeper into the thicket towards the sound of rushing water. This was Willow Creek. This looks like the general area of Davy's Nexus Point, I murmured, comparing the journal's map to our surroundings. It's further upstream from where the kids' campsite was found. As we moved deeper, the sound of the creek grew louder, a constant, rhythmic murmur. The forest floor here was uneven, covered in thick moss and decaying leaves. The air grew noticeably colder, a bone-deep chill that seemed to penetrate my heavy jacket. It wasn't just the morning chill, it was a pervasive cold that felt unnatural. Then I felt it, a faint sensation like a breath on the back of my neck, even though there was no breeze. And then a sound, so subtle it was almost imagined, a whisper just at the edge of hearing, like many voices speaking at once yet indistinct. I stopped dead in my tracks. Chief, did you hear that? Chief Miller, a few paces ahead, also paused, his shoulders tensed. Heard what, Alex? His voice was low, cautious. A whisper like voices coming from everywhere. He turned, his eyes searching the dense woods around us. His face was grim. I didn't hear anything, Alex, but Davies did. He said it was very subtle at first, easy to dismiss, but it grows stronger the closer you get. He gave me a knowing look. Your senses are open, Alex. You're looking for it, and I think it's looking for you too. We pressed on, following the increasingly distinct sound of the creek. The whispered voices grew marginally clearer for me, though still indistinct, like a radio station barely tuned in. They seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes receding, then swelling again. It was unsettling, the way they seemed to play with perception. We finally reached the banks of Willow Creek. Here the creek narrowed, rushing through a gorge of smooth, dark rocks. Tall, slender trees lined the banks, their roots clinging precariously to the soil. The water, clear and cold, cascaded over boulders, creating small, foamy pools. The sun, still low, cast long, distorted shadows through the dense canopy, making the forest feel even more foreboding. The whispers intensified for me, a cacophony of soft, fragmented sounds just out of reach of full comprehension. It felt like standing at the edge of a roaring waterfall, trying to discern individual drops of water. I heard snatches of what sounded like names, children's laughter, and a low humming drone beneath it all. It's louder here, I said, my voice barely a whisper itself, though not from fear but from the overwhelming presence of the sound. Like a million voices, Chief. Chief Miller stopped at the edge of the rushing water, his hand unconsciously going to his sidearm. His face was etched with a grim uncertainty. I still don't hear them clearly, Alex, but there's a hum, a low vibration in the air, like the ground itself is alive. He scanned the opposite bank, his eyes narrowed. Davies talked about a specific spot, a thin place. Did his map pinpoint anything more precise than this section of the creek? I fumbled with the journal, opening it to the crude drawing. He marked a cluster of ancient oaks on this side, near a split in the creek bed where a smaller tributary feeds into the main current. He called it the Serpent's Tongue in one entry, a local Native American name, said it was a place of power, both good and bad. We moved along the bank, pushing through a tangle of thorny bushes and low-hanging branches. The cold deepened, and I could feel it radiating from the ground, seeping into my boots. The whispers grew more insistent, and now, amidst the indistinct babble, I thought I heard my own name, Alex. It was soft, alluring, almost like a sigh. My heart pounded. This is it, Chief Miller said, his voice hushed, pointing ahead. Before us stood a formidable cluster of 3 ancient oak trees, their immense trunks gnarled and covered in moss, their branches spreading wide like protective arms. Their sheer size and age made them stand out from the surrounding forest. At their base, the creek indeed split, one narrow branch snaking off to the side like a dark, glistening tongue of water. The air around the oaks felt impossibly cold, and the strange hum Chief Miller mentioned was now a palpable thrum beneath my feet. And there, nestled between 2 of the massive roots, was a faint indentation in the earth, as if something large and heavy had once rested there. This had to be the spot Davies marked as the Nexus. The Serpent's Tongue, I breathed, staring at the ancient trees. The whispers around me were now a symphony, less chaotic, more structured, almost like an indiscernible chorus. It was unsettlingly beautiful. Chief Miller walked slowly towards the trees, his head cocked slightly as if finally, perhaps reluctantly, beginning to perceive what I was experiencing. He said the whisper would try to lure you, to make you remember things that weren't real or that you couldn't quite grasp. He stopped a few feet from the largest oak, his eyes scanning its weathered bark. He also mentioned a shack, a small place he built. I consulted the journal again. He described it as a place where he could listen without being drawn in, about 100 yards upstream from the Nexus, concealed by a rock outcrop. We continued along the bank, the whispers fading slightly as we moved away from the oaks, replaced by the normal sounds of the forest, though the lingering cold remained. Soon we spotted it, a small, rudimentary structure, little more than a lean-to built into a shallow overhang of rock, barely visible through the dense undergrowth. It was weathered and dilapidated, the wood gray with age, but still surprisingly intact. Davy's shack, Chief Miller said, pushing aside a curtain of tangled vines that obscured the entrance. Inside, the air was stale and heavy, filled with the scent of damp earth and old wood. It was surprisingly small, just enough room for a cot, a rough-hewn table, and a few shelves. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that filtered through cracks in the roof. On the table, nestled under a thin layer of grime, were a few items: a rusted lantern, an old, leather-bound book, and a collection of meticulously labeled specimen jars. He really lived out here, I marveled, picking up the book. It was a field guide to local flora and fauna, its pages dog-eared and marked with Davy's precise, if sometimes erratic, handwriting. Chief Miller, meanwhile, was examining the shelves. "Look at this, Alex," he pointed to one of the jars. Inside, suspended in a cloudy liquid, was a piece of petrified wood, strangely smooth and almost iridescent. There were other jars, one with what looked like a strange, crystalline rock, another with a sample of unusual moss that glowed faintly green even in the dim light. "What are these?" I asked, examining the moss jar. It had a small, handwritten label: "Luminous Moss Anomaly, N of Nexus Point. Found 1999. "Evidence, Alex," Chief Miller murmured, his voice low. "Or what Davies considered evidence. Things that didn't fit, things he couldn't explain. He was trying to prove something, even if no one would believe him." As I turned my attention back to the table, something glinted under the rusted lantern. I pushed aside the lantern and found a small wooden box, intricately carved with what looked like Native American symbols. It wasn't locked. I opened it carefully. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a silver locket on a delicate chain. It was tarnished with age, but its beauty was still evident. On one side, etched into the silver, was a single stylized willow leaf. I gently opened it. Inside were two tiny sepia-toned photographs. One was of Chief Davies, much younger, smiling broadly, almost unrecognizable without the weight of the Willow Creek case on his shoulders. The other was of a young woman, strikingly beautiful, with long, dark hair and kind eyes. She looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place her. "Who is she?" I asked, showing it to Chief Miller. He took the locket, his brow furrowed. I don't know, I've never seen Davies with a locket. He was a private man about his personal life." He looked at the photograph of the woman again, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Wait a minute, that face, it's not a leaner. Could it be his wife? She died before I joined the force." "It's possible," I conceded, feeling a prickle of intuition. "But it feels different, more personal somehow, like something he cherished deeply but kept hidden." I wondered if she had a connection to the whisper or the land. Then my gaze fell upon something else, tucked under a loose floorboard near the cot. It was a smaller, leather-bound notebook, much older than the journal I carried, its pages brittle and faded. It looked like a very early draft or a set of initial observations. I pulled it out. The handwriting was Chief Davies, but younger, firmer. The entries were dated from the early 1960s. "June 1962, visited Willow Creek today. The old ones say it has a special power. The serpent's tongue is where the spirits gather. Heard the whispers for the first time, faint but unsettling, felt a pull, a longing. July 1962, the dream started, of a woman, unnamed, beautiful. She calls to me from the creek, her voice woven into the whispers. She offers knowledge, peace, but there is a cost always. A warning from the elders, never follow the changer's lure." August 1962, saw her again, not in a dream, near the serpent's tongue, just a glimpse. She looked exactly like the woman in my dreams, smiling, she beckoned. I felt an irresistible urge to go to her, but the thought of Sarah, my fiancée, pulled me back. The land here, it tries to possess you, to make you forget. My eyes darted to the locket, the woman in the photograph, it was her. And the name Sarah, could he be referring to his fiancée, Sarah, not Sarah Jenkins from the missing persons case? "Chief Miller," I said, my voice urgent, "look at this. Davies was here years before the 1998 disappearances. He heard the whisper, he had dreams, he even saw a woman he described as the changer's lure. And he said the thought of his fiancée, Sarah, pulled him back." I showed him the notebook, pointing to the entry. "This must be her in the locket, his fiancée, Sarah." Chief Miller stared at the locket, then at the notebook. His eyes widened. My God, so this wasn't just about the children for Davies. He had his own history with this place, this changer, this spirit. It tried to take him decades ago. He looked back at the woman in the locket, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. He must have known what it was doing to those children because it had already tried to do it to him. And it failed with him, I added, because of Sarah, his fiancée. The thought of her anchored him to his own timeline, to his own reality. But for the children, they were too young, too carefree. They didn't have that anchor. The implications were staggering. Davies' obsession wasn't just professional, it was deeply personal. He hadn't just been haunted by the case, he had been haunted by his own near loss to the whisper and the children's tragic succumbance to it. We spent another hour in the shack, meticulously going through every item, every scrap of paper. We found more detailed maps of the Willow Creek area, marked with what Davies called energy conduits and temporal distortions. He had even documented strange plant growth patterns and unusual animal behavior in the immediate vicinity of the serpent's tongue. He He truly believed it was a place where the laws of nature bent and fractured. One final find sent a chill deeper into my bones. Tucked inside a hollowed-out log that served as a support beam, we found a single, weathered photograph. It was of the Willow Creek group, the same one from the file, but this one was different. On the back in Davy's hand, it simply read, "They are still smiling, they are still young, but they are not here. What did it promise them?" It was a stark reminder of the unchanging nature of the children Davies had glimpsed in his dreams. And now, the woman on Mr. Henderson's tape. We left the shack, securing it as best we could, but taking the small wooden box, the locket, and the older notebook with us. The main journal remained with me. As we walked back towards the Serpent's Tongue, the whispers around the ancient oak seemed to coil and intensify, more alluring, more insistent. I heard the name Sarah again, distinct and clear, but this time it was followed by another. Alex. "It knows us," I whispered, looking at Chief Miller. He nodded, his face grim. "It heard us talking about the locket, about Sarah, about you. Be careful, Alex. Davy said it preys on your deepest desires, your attachments." He looked at me, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "What do you hold dearest, Alex? What would it try to use against you?" I thought of my parents, my sister, my dreams of a quiet life, of making a difference here in Havenwood. The thought of losing any of that, of being lured away from it, was terrifying. We approached the Serpent's Tongue, the very heart of the Nexus. The cold was overwhelming now, and the air shimmered faintly, almost imperceptibly, as if vibrating. The whispers were a chorus, and now I could almost make out sentences, fragmented and contradictory. "Come to us, forget your pain, remember, you are loved, stay forever." Chief Miller, though he still couldn't hear the specific words, felt the oppressive atmosphere. He raised a hand. "Hold on, this is it, this is where it happened, and this is where we might find answers, or something else entirely." We stood at the edge of the creek, near the colossal oak trees, where the water branched into its serpentine tributary. The hum beneath our feet was a resonant thrum, a deep primal vibration that seemed to emanate from the very earth. The air, impossibly still, felt charged, crackling with an unseen energy. "Davies marked this area as temporal distortions," I said, my voice barely audible above the rising chorus of whispers in my ears. "He speculated about time bending, about things slipping between worlds." As I spoke, the water in the smaller tributary began to swirl unnaturally, forming a slow, counterclockwise eddy even though the current in the main creek flowed strongly past it. A faint, almost phosphorescent glow emanated from the center of the eddy, a soft, ethereal light that pulsed rhythmically. Chief Miller saw it too, his eyes widened, reflecting the strange glow. "What in God's name?" The whispers reached a crescendo for me, no longer alluring but demanding, overwhelming. "Come, forget, stay." My head throbbed, and a dizzying wave of disorientation washed over me. The trees around us seemed to stretch, to twist, their shapes elongating and distorting. The ground beneath my feet felt unstable, shifting. Then from the glowing eddy a form began to materialize. It was indistinct at first, a shimmering silhouette, but it slowly resolved into the figure of a young woman. She was slender, with long, dark hair, and she wore a simple white dress. Her features were beautiful, ethereal, yet with an unsettling blankness in her eyes. She reached out a hand towards us, her lips parting as if to speak, but no sound came from her. I felt a powerful, magnetic pull towards her, an urge to step into the glowing water, to reach out and touch her. Her presence was both mesmerizing and terrifying. She looked ancient, timeless, yet hauntingly familiar. Chief Miller grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. "Alex, don't look into her eyes, don't move." His voice was strained, laced with an urgency that cut through the haze of the whisper. He hadn't heard the whispers, but he was clearly seeing the apparition. "The Changer," I breathed, realizing. This was the Lord Davies had spoken of, the figure he himself had seen. The woman's hand beckoned, her expression unchanging, yet filled with an unspoken promise of peace, of answers. The whispers in my head intensified, now speaking directly to me, weaving through my own memories, pulling at threads of longing and regret. "Your mother, your father, they miss you. Come, remember." It was trying to exploit my deepest fears, my attachments. But Chief Miller's grip was my anchor, pulling me back from the brink of whatever oblivion the Changer offered. He pulled me forcefully away from the edge of the creek, dragging me backwards, further into the woods, away from the glowing eddy and the beckoning figure. The whispers began to recede, fading like a distant echo, and the shimmering distortion in the air lessened. As we stumbled back towards the old logging road, Chief Miller didn't let go of my arm until we were well away from the nexus point. We stopped, both of us panting, our hearts hammering. The pervasive cold remained, but the oppressive atmosphere had lifted. What was that, Chief?" I managed, my voice hoarse. My mind still reeled from the encounter. Chief Miller leaned against a tree, trying to steady his breathing. His face was pale and his hands were trembling slightly, but his eyes were clear, filled with a grim determination. "That was Davy's Changer, Alex, no doubt about it. That was the something he believed took those kids." He looked at me. "You felt the pull too, didn't you, the urge to go to her?" I nodded, still shaken. "It spoke to me, Chief. It pulled at my memories. It tried to lure me." "And it's still here, after all these years," Chief Miller mused, looking back towards the creek with a mixture of fear and awe. This changes everything. We have to go back. We have to understand what it is, what it wants. But how, Chief? We barely escaped that encounter, and we don't even know what it is. A spirit, an entity from another dimension. Davy's journal mentioned the possibility of time dilation, of slipping between realities. Davy's journal, Chief Miller said, as if a light bulb went off. He survived it, Alex. He saw it and came back. He fought it. He must have left clues on how to resist it or how to understand it without being consumed. We need to go back through his journals, every single word, look for a pattern, for anything he used to protect himself. We made our way back to the cruiser in a state of stunned silence, our minds racing with the implications of what we had just witnessed. The encounter was beyond anything either of us had ever experienced, a stark collision of folklore and terrifying reality. Back at the station, we went straight to Chief Miller's office, locking the door behind us. The fluorescent lights seemed harsh and artificial after the ethereal glow of the Nexus. We laid out Davy's 2 journals, the locket, the old photograph, and the specimen jars on his desk. "This is our new case file, Alex," Chief Miller stated, his voice firm though still laced with a residual tremor. "Forget the official reports for now. This is where the truth lies." I opened Davy's main journal, flipping to the section after his personal encounter with the Changer. He had clearly dedicated much thought to understanding what he had experienced. September 1962, the encounter. I survived only by the grace of remembering Sarah, her face, her love. The Changer preys on loneliness, on desire, on forgetting. It strips you of your anchors to this reality. It offers an illusion of belonging, of lost loves, of forgotten peace. But the price is your own self, your own time. You become an echo, lost between worlds, just as the lost ones of old legends. October 1962, protection. The old ones used certain symbols, certain plants. They spoke of iron, of running water as a barrier, but the Changer exists within the water itself. What truly protects is internal, a strong sense of self, an unbreakable connection to your present, your reality. But that is not enough. There must be an external aid, something to ground you. November 1962, the whisper is the Changer's voice. It plants ideas, lures you with false memories, promises. It weakens your resolve. It's not just sound, it's a psychic intrusion. The children, they were so full of joy, so unburdened. They had no anchors strong enough to resist such an overwhelming promise of eternal happiness, eternal youth. Perhaps that is why they haven't aged. They are caught in its stasis, in its illusion. December 1962, I began collecting bits of the land, elements that felt wrong. The luminous moss, the strange rocks, perhaps they contain a counter-energy. Or perhaps they are merely physical manifestations of the Changer's presence, its distortions leaking into our world. A warning, not an answer. Chief Miller picked up the jar of luminous moss, examining it closely. He thought these were physical manifestations. What if they are more than that? What if they could be used against it? He also talked about symbols, Chief. I continued, reading further. Native American symbols. He made sketches. I showed him a page with intricate drawings, circles with radiating lines, interwoven knots, stylized animals, all with accompanying notes. Protection from forgetting, anchor to the self, barrier against the void. "This is fascinating," Chief Miller said, tracing one of the symbols. He was trying to create an antidote, a countermeasure. We spent the rest of the day and well into the evening poring over the journals. We cross-referenced Davy's observations with our own experience, trying to piece together a coherent strategy. His notes described the Changer as a non-corporeal entity, perhaps an elemental spirit tied to the thin place, which gained power by luring living beings into its timeless, memory-erasing void. It fed on joy, on pure emotion, but also on the forgetting it caused. The agelessness of the children was a side effect, a symptom of being suspended in its temporal distortion. "It never kills them, Chief," I mused, putting the pieces together. "It takes them. It steals their memories, makes them forget who they are, forget their reality, and keeps them in an illusion. That's why Mrs. Jenkins saw Sarah looking young and why Mark Peterson saw his son looking unaged. They are slipping back, perhaps involuntarily, perhaps briefly, from the Changer's domain into our own, still trapped in that timeless state." "And Davy's locket," Chief Miller added, holding it up. "His love for Sarah, his fiancée, was his anchor, his shield. It provided a powerful emotional connection to his reality, stopping him from succumbing to the Changer's lure." A new, unsettling thought occurred to me. And the original Sarah, Davy's fiancée, what happened to her? I hadn't seen any mention of their marriage or what became of her. Chief Miller's face clouded. "I remember something from Old Town gossip, though it was long before my time. Chief Davy's fiancée, Sarah, she died tragically shortly after they were engaged. A hiking accident, I believe, near Willow Creek. It was hushed up, of course, because of his position, but some said she went missing for a few days before her body was found. Drowned." My blood ran cold. Drowned, just like Lisa Miller and near Willow Creek. Chief Miller's eyes met mine, a chilling realization dawning on both of us. "My God, Alex, he lost her to it, his anchor. The very thing that saved him, the Changer took it from him. That's why he was so obsessed, so haunted. It wasn't just about the children, it was about seeking justice for Sarah, for all of them, for his own personal loss." Davies hadn't just survived the Changer's lure, he had lost to it in the cruelest way possible. The changer had stolen his anchor, his love, leaving him with an unresolvable grief that fueled his life's work. This wasn't just a police case, it was a deeply personal tragedy, a lifelong battle against a malevolent entity. We need to find out more about his fiancée, Sarah, I declared. Her full name, when exactly she died, everything. Chief Miller nodded, his jaw set. Agreed, this is no longer just about the missing kids, it's about understanding the changer's patterns, its methods. If it took Davy's fiancée, it might explain why he never married again, why he poured his entire life into this case. We went back to the old digital archives, now fully populated with my digitized files. I searched for Sarah Davies and hiking accident Willow Creek from the early 1960s. It took some time, sifting through sparse newspaper reports and death certificates from that era. Finally, I found it. Sarah Mee Henderson, 24, engaged to Arthur Davies, died June 15, 1963, cause of death, drowning, accidental afterfall near Willow Creek Gorge. The date was almost exactly a year after Davies' first encounter with the changer. The newspaper blurb was brief, respectful, full of condolences for the promising young couple. Henderson, I murmured, looking at the surname. Just like Mr. Henderson, the market owner, any relation? Chief Miller frowned. Could be, Havenwood's a small town, families have been here for generations, let me make a few calls. He picked up the phone, spoke in hushed tones to a few longtime residents and the town historian. After a tense 20 minutes, he hung up, his face pale. Sarah Mee Henderson was indeed the sister of old Mr. Henderson, the market owner, Chief Miller confirmed, his voice grave. And she was Chief Davies' fiancée. The family never spoke about it, it was too painful, but they always believed she was taken, not just fell, they just never had any proof. The revelation connected everything. Davies' lifelong torment, his personal encounter with the changer, his loss, and the reason for his deep, unwavering conviction that the Willow Creek children were not just lost, but taken. He saw his fiancée in their fate. Chief, this explains so much, I said, feeling a profound sadness for Davies. He knew what the changer was, what it did. He saw his own love succumb to it. This was his personal fight. And now it's ours, Alex, Chief Miller stated, his voice firm. This entity, whatever it is, has been active in Havenwood for decades. It claimed Davies' fiancée, then those 11 children, and now it's showing them to us again unaged. It's making a statement. It's showing us that it still holds them. He looked at the collected items on his desk. We have to find a way to stop it, or at least to understand it enough to prevent it from claiming anyone else. What's the next step, Chief? We revisit Willow Creek, but this time we go prepared, not just with Davies' notes, but with the knowledge of his experience, his loss. We need to find out why it's showing the lost ones now. Why after 25 years and only after you open the file? It's a message or a challenge. Maybe it's not just a challenge, Chief, I suggested, a new thought forming. What if it's a weakness? Davies speculated it fed on forgetting. What if our remembering them, digging up the file, brought them back to the edge, made the veil thinner, and allowed them to partially manifest? What if the changer's grip weakens when they are remembered? Chief Miller considered this, a flicker of hope in his tired eyes. A weakness, that's a powerful thought, Alex. If it preys on forgetting, then remembering is its antithesis. And you, by bringing this case back into the light, you've initiated that remembering. He paused. But it also means the changer knows we are actively working against it, and that makes us targets. Then we have to work faster, I concluded. We need to study Davies' symbols, his theories on grounding, his ideas on countering its lure. We need to find a way to retrieve those lost ones, or at least understand what state they're in. Our plan began to coalesce. We would synthesize all of Davies' notes, particularly his observations on how to resist the changer's influence and how to identify its weaknesses. We would research the Native American symbols he sketched, looking for their traditional meanings related to protection, memory, and spiritual grounding. We would also re-examine the physical samples he collected from the Nexus, hoping to understand their properties. Before we could embark on this new phase of the investigation, another call came in, shattering the quiet of the office. Chief Miller's phone rang, its sharp sound jarring. He answered, his face tightening instantly. Miller, yes, Pastor Thompson, what, are you sure? He said he'd seen Emily, unaged. He paused, listening intently, his knuckles white. All right, stay calm, Pastor, I'll send an officer over immediately. He hung up, slamming the phone down with a grim finality. Pastor Thompson just called. He claims he saw Emily Hayes, one of the other children from the photo. Said she was at the church during evening service, sitting in the back pew looking exactly as she did 25 years ago. She vanished when he approached her. My heart sank. 3 sightings. Sarah, Mark, Emily, all unaged, all glimpsed by someone who knew them in different parts of town. This wasn't just a random occurrence, it was a deliberate, escalating pattern. The changer was showing us its trophies, flaunting its power, or perhaps, in some twisted way, acknowledging our interference. It's escalating, Chief, I said, stating the obvious. It's showing us more of them. It's almost like it wants us to know it has them. Or it's trying to unnerve us, Chief Miller corrected, his eyes narrowed in thought. To make us doubt our sanity, to make us give up, to tempt us to go to it, to seek out the answers ourselves. He ran a hand through his hair, a deep sigh escaping his lips. I need you to go to the church, Alex. Talk to Pastor Thompson discreetly, get every detail you can, and then tomorrow we go back to Willow Creek. We're going to confront this thing, whatever it is. And we're going to do it on our terms, not its. I nodded, grabbing my jacket. The air in the office, despite the lack of a discernible draft, suddenly felt cold again, the same bone-deep chill that had pervaded the serpent's tongue. The changer was no longer confined to the woods. Its presence, or at least the echoes of its power, were now reaching into the heart of Havenwood itself, a chilling reminder that we were very much in its sights. This was no longer just an investigation. It was a race against time, a desperate attempt to unravel an ancient mystery before the whisper claimed more. The evening air hung heavy and still as I drove towards the Havenwood Community Church. The day's earlier mist had given way to a clear, star-dusted sky, but the serene beauty of the night did little to calm the unease churning within me. 3 sightings now, all of them echoing Davy's chilling premonitions. The changer was playing a dangerous game, and we were its unwitting pawns. The church, a modest stone building with a tall steeple, stood proudly on the town's main street. Lights glowed softly from its stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns onto the surrounding snow-dusted lawn. Inside, I found Pastor Thompson in his study, a small, cozy room lined with books. He was a man in his late 50s, with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor, but his face was etched with a profound distress. "Officer Alex, thank you for coming so quickly," he said, his voice hushed, as if still inside the sanctity of the main sanctuary. He gestured towards a worn armchair opposite his desk. "Please have a seat." I sat, the leather of the armchair creaking under my weight. "Pastor, Chief Miller told me you saw Emily Hayes. Can you tell me exactly what happened?" Pastor Thompson sighed, running a hand over his balding head. "It was during our evening service, just as Chief Miller said. We were in the middle of a hymn, Amazing Grace. I was looking out at the congregation, as I always do, and then there she was." He gestured vaguely towards the back of the room. "Sitting in the last pew by the window, Emily." "Emily Hayes from the Willow Creek group?" I asked, though I knew the answer. He nodded, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and wonder. "Yes, exactly as she was. The same bright red bow in her hair, the same little blue dress she wore in that terrible photograph we all know so well. She looked unaged, not a day older than 8 years old." "Did she look real, Pastor?" "Oh yes," he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. "More real than real, if that makes sense. Her skin had a sort of luminescence, a soft glow. Her eyes were fixed on the altar, on the crucifix, but they seemed to see right through it. Empty almost, yet beautiful." "What did you do?" I faltered in my singing, my heart seized in my chest. I thought perhaps I was overtired, seeing things. But then Mrs. Albright, who sits 2 rows in front of the back, she nudged her husband. I saw her glance back, then quickly look away as if she hadn't seen anything at all, but I knew she saw her too. This was crucial, not just a solitary sighting, but a shared experience, even if unspoken. It lent even more credibility to the impossible. When the hymn finished, and as I prepared for the sermon, I walked down the aisle trying to be discreet. My intention was to gently approach her to see if it was truly her or if my mind was playing tricks, but as I drew closer, perhaps 20 feet away, she simply faded. He made a soft gesture with his hand, like smoke dissipating. Like a mirage, gone just like that. No sound, no trace. None, just a lingering coldness in that corner of the church, and a faint scent of pine and damp earth, like the woods after rain. My mind raced, the scent, the coldness, the unaged appearance, all consistent with our experience at the Nexus and with Davy's descriptions. "Pastor Thompson, did you feel a pull towards her, an urge to go to her?" He hesitated, his gaze dropping to his clasped hands. "Yes, Officer Alex, I did. It was profound, like a deep abiding peace was being offered, as if all the worries of the world could simply melt away if I reached out. It was a beautiful, terrible feeling, and I confess for a moment I almost did." He shuddered. "But then, the thought of my wife, of my congregation, of my duties, it pulled me back like an anchor." An anchor, Davy's word. Sarah, his fiancée, had been his. The pastor's wife and flock had been his. It seemed the changer sought to sever these connections. "Pastor, this is extremely important," I said, leaning forward. "Have you told anyone else about this besides Chief Miller?" He shook his head vehemently. "No, I haven't even told my wife. She would think I've lost my mind. The chief asked me to keep it quiet, and I agree. The town, they are already so scarred by that tragedy. To hear of such a thing, it would cause widespread fear, perhaps even panic." "You did the right thing, Pastor. We need to keep this under wraps. Did Mrs. Albright say anything to you after the service?" "No, she looked pale, but she just went home with her husband. I think she was too afraid to speak of it." I made a mental note to discreetly follow up with Mrs. Albright if necessary, but for now, the pastor's account was strong confirmation. "Thank you, Pastor," I said, standing. "You've been very helpful. Please, if you see or hear anything else, anything at all, contact Chief Miller or me immediately." He nodded, a weary resignation in his eyes. "I will, Officer Alex. God be with you. This feels like a battle against something truly ancient, truly dark." As I left the church and headed back to the station, the escalation was clear. The The changer wasn't just lingering in the woods anymore. It was stepping into town, showing itself, daring us. And the pattern was emerging. It appeared to people who knew the lost ones, people with strong emotional connections. It was a test, a display of power, and perhaps a desperate plea. Back at the station, Chief Miller was waiting for me, the collected items from Davy's shack spread across his desk like ancient artifacts. I relayed Pastor Thompson's account, emphasizing the shared sighting, the cold, the pine scent, and the powerful lure the pastor had felt. So it's not just in the woods anymore, Chief Miller mused, tracing the outline of one of Davy's symbols in the journal. It's extending its reach. Pastor Thompson's wife and flock were his anchor. Davy's had Sarah. What about the parents? Mrs. Jenkins, Mr. Peterson, what is their anchor? Their remaining families, their memories of their lost children, even their grief, I suggested. Perhaps the changer is trying to break those anchors to make them forget entirely, or perhaps it's trying to weaken us. A strong theory, Chief Miller conceded. Davies talked about the changer feeding on forgetting. What if these appearances are a desperate cry from the lost ones themselves, a subconscious struggle against the void, trying to reconnect to their own reality before they're fully erased? In our investigation, our remembering of them is what's empowering them to manifest. I finished, the thought sending a chill down my spine. It would explain why it's only happening now after the file was reopened. Chief Miller nodded slowly. It's a terrifying possibility. If so, then our mission is not just to understand, but to retrieve, to bring them back. He looked at the symbols Davies had drawn. Davies believed there were ways to protect oneself, to ground oneself. We need to focus on those. We spent the rest of the night, fueled by strong coffee and an adrenaline-laced determination, dissecting Davies' journals. We focused on any mention of protection, grounding, or resistance. Davies' notes on symbols were particularly intriguing. He had sketched a series of complex designs, some resembling Celtic knots, others geometric patterns, and still others incorporating natural elements like leaves and flowing water. Each symbol had a small, cryptic notation. The weaving knot, for memory to resist forgetting, keeps the threads of reality intact. The rooted tree, for grounding, connection to the self and to earth, repels psychic intrusion. The serpent's eye, to see without being seen, to observe without being drawn, a shield for the mind. The flowing circle, to contain, to protect a space, prevents leakage between realms. He wasn't just drawing pretty pictures, Chief Miller remarked, studying the sketches. He was creating a language of protection. We also found more references to specific materials Davies believed had protective qualities. Iron, old legends claim iron repels spirits. Perhaps its vibrational frequency disrupts the changer's subtle energy. Salt, a purifier, a boundary, creates a barrier against intrusion. The luminous moss, not just an anomaly, contains a faint rhythmic energy. Perhaps it's a localized stabilizer or a minor deterrent when combined with focused intent. Davies had also written extensively on the importance of intent and emotional anchors. The changer feeds on the dissolution of self. A strong, clear sense of who you are, what you love, and what you fight for is its most potent counter. Love, in particular, is an unbreakable bond against the void. This echoed his personal experience with Sarah. So our strategy for tomorrow, Chief Miller began, looking at me, will be twofold. First, to protect ourselves, we'll incorporate these symbols, these materials. We'll carry reminders of our anchors, photographs, meaningful objects. Second, to interact, if possible, with the changer or the lost ones and try to understand how to bring them back. How do we interact, Chief, without being drawn in? Davies theorized about a way to observe without being seen, to use the serpent's eye. Perhaps it's about mental discipline, about entering its domain without fully submitting to it. He never fully elaborated, but he wrote about standing at the threshold, not crossing it. We decided on a plan. We would go back to the serpent's tongue, the nexus point. We would wear the rooted tree symbol, perhaps drawn on our skin, and carry small pieces of iron and salt. I would carry the locket containing Davies' fiancée, Sarah, as a powerful reminder of both his personal struggle and the strength of his anchor. Chief Miller would carry a photograph of his own family. We would attempt to establish a clear intent, to observe, to understand, and to retrieve without succumbing. Sleep was impossible. My mind churned with images of the shimmering changer, the whispers, the faces of the unaged children. I spent the remaining hours researching Native American folklore and symbolism, finding parallels to Davies' notes, trickster spirits that could steal souls, thresholds between worlds, the power of strong personal medicine bundles. The more I learned, the more the impossible began to feel structured. The next morning, the forest was shrouded in a thick fog, lending an ethereal quality to the already otherworldly landscape. We dressed in warmer gear, our faces grim with purpose. Before we left, Chief Miller handed me a small, finely crafted silver pendant on a leather cord. On it was etched the symbol of the rooted tree. My wife's an amateur silversmith, he explained, a rare, soft smile touching his lips. She made this for me years ago, said it would help me stay grounded, literally. Today it's our protection. He had also drawn the symbol on his wrist with a permanent marker, and I did the same. We both put a pinch of salt into our pockets and a small iron key. I also tucked Davy's locket into my shirt, close to my heart. The drive was silent, the fog muffling the world outside the cruiser. As we hiked into the woods, the silence deepened, broken only by the drip of moisture from the branches. The fog was even thicker here, reducing visibility to a few yards, turning the familiar path into a spectral corridor. "The veil is definitely thin today," Chief Miller murmured, his voice hushed. "The fog, it's like a physical manifestation of it." The whispers started sooner this time, a soft, seductive murmur that seemed to glide through the fog. They were more distinct for me now, clearer, calling my name, weaving in questions and promises, tempting me to lose myself. "Alex, what do you truly seek? Peace, understanding, a world without pain." I tightened my grip on the journal, on the certainty of our mission. The rooted tree symbol on my wrist felt like a cool anchor. As we neared the serpent's tongue, the cold returned, biting and profound. The fog began to shimmer, swirling and coalescing into indistinct shapes at the periphery of my vision. The hum beneath our feet became a resonant thrum, powerful and undeniable. "It's here," Chief Miller said, his voice taut with suppressed tension. We emerged into the clearing, the cluster of ancient oaks looming like ancient sentinels in the swirling fog. The creek, normally visible, was obscured by the swirling mist, but the sound of rushing water was amplified, seeming to come from all directions. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, stronger than before. The whispers were a deafening chorus now, an internal storm of voices in my mind. They spoke of memories, of desires, of regrets. "Your sister, you haven't called her, your dreams unfulfilled, come, forget the burden." I focused on the rooted tree, on the locket against my skin, on Chief Miller beside me, a solid presence in the chaos. "The serpent's tongue," I said, my voice barely audible above the internal roar. Chief Miller pulled out a small, handheld lantern, its beam cutting a weak circle in the dense fog. The luminous moss Davies had collected in the jar would have been a powerful guide right now, but we relied on Davies' map and our own senses. As we moved towards the spot where the creek branched, the fog began to part, revealing the strange eddy in the tributary. It glowed with the same soft, phosphorescent light, pulsing rhythmically, illuminating the swirling water within. Then she appeared, the changer. She materialized within the eddy, a shimmering figure in white, her long dark hair flowing around her. Her face was serene, beautiful, yet her eyes held that unsettling blankness. She extended her hand towards us, her lips parted in a silent, beckoning gesture. This time, however, something was different. Around her, within the glowing mist, I could faintly discern other figures, smaller, indistinct, but clearly children. They swirled around her like ethereal motes of light, their forms briefly resolving into the faces from the photograph. Sarah Jenkins, Emily Hayes, Mark Peterson, and others I couldn't yet identify. They were smiling, always smiling, but their eyes held the same empty luminescence as the changer. The whispers in my mind reached a fever pitch. The changer's presence was overwhelming, attempting to drown out all other thoughts. "Come join us, peace, eternal youth, no more pain." Chief Miller, though I could tell he was fighting his own battle against the entity's presence, pulled out Davy's main journal. He had marked a page, an entry from 1962. "To stand at the threshold, you must recognize the lure but never accept the gift. Your mind must be a fortress, but your heart open to the truth, not its illusion." He spoke to me, his voice a strained whisper. "Alex, remember your anchor. Hold on to it. See the illusion for what it is." I focused on the locket, on the tiny photograph of Davies' fiancée Sarah and of young Arthur Davies. Their love, their tragedy. I focused on my own parents, my sister, my dreams for Havenwood. I pictured the rooted tree, its roots plunging deep into the earth, anchoring me. And I saw the changer for what it was, not just a beautiful woman, but a facade. Behind her serene smile, I sensed an ancient, consuming hunger. The children around her were not truly joyful, they were empty echoes, trapped. I looked directly at the changer. "You took them," I said, my voice shaking but firm, cutting through the whispers. "You took Sarah Henderson, you took the Willow Creek children, you steal memories, you trap souls." The changer's serene expression faltered, a flicker of something, perhaps surprise or annoyance, passing over her features. The whispers in my head seemed to recoil momentarily, their intensity lessening. The ethereal children paused in their swirling dance. "What do you want with them?" Chief Miller demanded, stepping forward, his own voice clear and strong despite the visible effort it took him. He held up a small silver cross he'd secretly brought from his wife. "Why do you keep them?" The changer's lips moved, and this time a sound emerged. It wasn't a whisper, but a soft, melodic hum that resonated deep within my chest, a wordless communication that bypassed my ears and spoke directly to my mind. It was a feeling and understanding rather than language. "They are not taken, they are protected from sorrow, from time, from the pain of knowing. They are at peace, forever." "Peace at what cost?" I countered, the words burning in my throat. "Peace without memory, without identity, without love." The shimmering figures of the children around the changer seemed to pulse, their ethereal glow momentarily dimming. I felt a surge of something akin to fear from the changer, a subtle weakening in its psychic assault. It was the recognition of its own vulnerability, its illusion was being challenged. Then from the glowing eddy, one of the smaller figures separated itself from the others. It was a girl with long dark hair and a bright red bow, Emily Hayes. She drifted slowly towards the edge of the water, her eyes still vacant, her smile fixed. But then as she neared us, her gaze seemed to shift, her eyes flickering with a faint, almost imperceptible spark of recognition. Her smile wavered. Pastor Thompson's words echoed in my mind. She looked exactly as she did 25 years ago, more real than real. Her eyes seemed to see right through it, empty yet beautiful. "Emily," I whispered softly, "Emily Hayes, do you remember?" A faint tremor ran through her ethereal form. She reached out a translucent hand, her fingers brushing against the invisible barrier between her realm and ours. For a fleeting moment, her eyes seemed to focus directly on me, and I saw not emptiness, but a flash of confusion, a hint of ancient, buried fear. Her lips parted, and I heard a faint, almost inaudible sound like a sigh. "Mommy." It was a single word, but it hit me like a physical blow. It was the first sign of a breakthrough, a crack in the changer's facade. The changer recoiled, its beautiful features contorting into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The gentle hum turned into a piercing shriek that vibrated through the very air, rattling my teeth. The fog swirled violently, forming grotesque, fleeting shapes around us. The whispers surged back, no longer seductive, but venomous, accusing. "You break the peace. You poison the tranquility. You bring pain." The children around the changer recoiled, their forms blurring, their empty smiles returning, as if the changer was reasserting its control, drawing them back into its illusion. Chief Miller instinctively took a step back, his face pale, but his grip on the silver cross unwavering. "It knows we're challenging its control, Alex. It doesn't want them to remember." "That's its weakness, Chief," I shouted, pushing back against the psychic assault. "Memory, emotion, it feeds on forgetting, but it's vulnerable to remembering." The changer's form shimmered erratically, its serene beauty momentarily dissolving into a maelstrom of light and shadow, revealing a glimpse of something darker, more elemental beneath the surface. It was pure energy, raw and ancient. Then, with a furious wave of its hand, the glowing eddy in the creek flared with blinding intensity. The surrounding fog ignited with a phosphorescent light, and the entire area around the serpent's tongue became a swirling vortex of energy. The whispers became a roar, a thousand screaming voices tearing at my mind. I felt a powerful physical shove, as if an invisible hand had struck me. I stumbled backwards, crashing into Chief Miller, who also recoiled from the blast of energy. The air around us became superheated, then plunged into an icy cold. When the light and sound subsided, leaving us disoriented and gasping for breath, the eddy was still, its glow diminished. The changer was gone, the ethereal children were gone. The fog still swirled, but the intense, oppressive presence had vanished, replaced by a lingering cold and a profound silence. We stood there, shaken, breathing heavily, our hearts hammering against our ribs. "It retreated," Chief Miller finally said, his voice hoarse, his face covered in sweat. It got angry, and it spoke, not words, but I felt it in my mind. It was trying to justify itself, to say it was protecting them. "It's not protecting them, Chief," I countered, still reeling from the encounter. "It's trapping them," and Emily, she almost remembered, she said, "Mommy." "That's it, Alex," Chief Miller stated, his voice filled with renewed determination. "That's our lead. If one of them can remember, they all can. We have to find a way to break its hold on their memories. Davies was right, memory is the key." We turned and slowly began our retreat, the silence of the forest now almost as unsettling as the changer's presence. We were no longer just observers, we were active participants in a battle for souls and memories, and the changer knew it. Back in the cruiser, the warmth of the heater felt like a blessing. My head throbbed and my entire body ached, but a sense of clarity had settled over me. We had faced the impossible, and we had, if only briefly, broken through its illusion. "What now, Chief?" I asked, rubbing the rooted tree symbol on my wrist. Chief Miller started the engine, the roar of the cruiser a comforting, mundane sound after the supernatural chaos of the creek. "Now we go back to Davies' journals, Alex. Every word, every theory. We look for anything else he might have speculated about breaking the changer's hold, about returning memories. He lost his fiancée to it. He must have searched for a way to get her back, or at least to give her peace." "And the physical samples," I added. "The luminous moss, the strange rocks, could they be more than just manifestations? Could they be tools?" "Perhaps," Chief Miller mused, pulling out onto the paved road. "Davies was a pragmatic man, even in his madness. He wouldn't have collected them if he didn't think they had a purpose. We need to study them, analyze them. And those Native American symbols, we need to understand their full meaning, their true power." We drove back to the station in a renewed silence, but this one was different. It was a silence of shared purpose, of grim resolve. We had stared into the abyss, and for the first time we had made it blink. The changer was powerful, ancient, and malevolent, but it was not invincible. The next few days were a blur of intense research and cautious planning. We meticulously reread Davy's journals, highlighting every sentence, every phrase that might offer a clue. We cross-referenced his notes with online databases for Native American lore, local geology, and even esoteric theories on psychic phenomena. Chief Miller discreetly contacted a colleague at a regional university, a professor of ethnobotany with an interest in local indigenous practices, under the pretense of a historical preservation project. He sent her anonymous photos of the luminous moss and the crystalline rocks, asking for any insight into unusual plant life or geological formations found in the region. The professor was intrigued but had no immediate answers, promising to delve into ancient regional botanical archives. I focused on the symbols. I found that Davy's weaving knot bore a striking resemblance to symbols used by some local tribes to represent the interconnectedness of all things, especially memories and ancestry. The rooted tree was a universal symbol of life, strength, and grounding. The serpent's eye was linked to shamanic practices of clear seeing and protection against spiritual illusions. It's all about maintaining a strong connection to one's own reality, Chief, I explained, pointing to various texts. About remembering who you are, where you come from. The changer tries to sever those ties. Chief Miller, meanwhile, had found another intriguing entry in Davy's older notebook, dated weeks after his fiancée Sarah's death. July 1963, the silence is unbearable, she is gone, the changer stole her, but I will not let it claim her memory. I must find a way to make it remember, to make it release its hold. They say sound has power, certain frequencies, certain chants, the old ones use song to heal, to banish. Perhaps the whisper can be countered by a resonance, a vibration of truth. Sound, Chief Miller murmured, his eyes widening. He thought sound could be a counter, a vibration of truth to cut through the changer's illusion. It would make sense, I agreed. The whisper is a sound, a psychic intrusion. Perhaps a specific frequency, a resonant sound, could disrupt it, or even a specific song or chant that speaks to memory and identity. "And what song, Alex?" Chief Miller challenged, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "What sound could possibly cut through an ancient entity's power?" My mind immediately jumped to Pastor Thompson's account. We were in the middle of a hymn, Amazing Grace. I was looking out at the congregation, and then there she was, Emily. "Amazing Grace," I said aloud, almost to myself. Pastor Thompson said Emily appeared during Amazing Grace, and she almost remembered when I spoke to her. What if that song, or specific songs like it, have a resonance that cuts through the changer's illusion? Chief Miller's jaw dropped. Davies wrote about the power of music to ground, to connect. And Amazing Grace, it's a song about salvation, about being lost and found, about remembering divine grace. It's full of meaning, full of memory. It's a song about being brought back, I emphasized. Lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. It's about identity, about transformation from a lost state to a remembered one. This was it, a concrete strategy rooted in Davy's notes and the changer's own patterns of appearance. If memory was the changer's weakness, then a song filled with memory and the theme of being found, played at the nexus point, might just be the key. "We need to go back to the serpent's tongue," Chief Miller declared, a new light in his eyes. "But this time we'll bring a sound system, a powerful one, and we'll play Amazing Grace. And other songs like it, songs of memory, of home, of identity. And we'll need the moss," I added. "If it's a localized stabilizer, perhaps it can help amplify the sound's effect or help maintain a stable boundary for us." The plan was audacious, bordering on insane, but it was the only one we had. It combined Davy's scientific observations with his mystical intuitions, and it directly challenged the changer on its own terms. The next afternoon, after ensuring the station was quiet and our absence wouldn't be noticed, we loaded Chief Miller's cruiser with a powerful portable sound system borrowed from the Havenwood High School drama department, several large speakers, a car battery for power, and a collection of CDs filled with hymns and folk songs about memory, home, and love. We also packed the luminous moss from Davy's shack, carefully sealed in its jar, along with more salt and iron. The weather remained foggy, creating a perpetual twilight in the forest. As we hiked towards the serpent's tongue, the anticipation was palpable, a mix of dread and exhilaration. The whispers started earlier and were more aggressive, as if the changer knew our intent. They filled my mind with fear, doubt, and insidious temptations. "Turn back, it's too dangerous, what good can you do?" But this time I was prepared. I focused on the rooted tree, on Davy's locket, on Chief Miller's steady presence beside me, and in my mind I silently hummed Amazing Grace. When we reached the clearing, the fog was denser than ever, swirling around the ancient oaks like a living entity. The cold was overwhelming, and the hum beneath our feet vibrated with raw power. The glowing eddy in the creek was already active, pulsing faintly in the mist. The changer was waiting. "All right, Alex," Chief Miller said, his voice low but firm. "Let's set up quickly." We worked with frantic speed, setting up the speakers facing the serpent's tongue, running cables from the car battery, and arranging the luminous moss on a flat rock near the speakers, hoping its subtle energy would enhance our efforts. We also sprinkled salt in a rough circle around our setup, a symbolic barrier. As we finished, the changer's form began to materialize in the eddy, more rapidly than before, her eyes fixed on us with a cold fury. The ethereal children swirled around her, their vacant smiles now seeming almost mocking. The whispers in my head became a suffocating cacophony of fear and condemnation. "Now, Chief," I yelled, fighting through the psychic assault. Chief Miller, his face grim but resolute, pushed the play button on the CD player. The first notes of Amazing Grace soared through the dense fog, amplified by the powerful speakers, cutting through the oppressive silence and the venomous whispers. The familiar melody, rich and full of meaning, resonated through the ancient forest. The changer recoiled as if struck. Its shimmering form flickered violently, and the children around it seemed to scatter like startled birds. The whispers faltered, replaced by a guttural, wordless shriek of rage from the changer, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of the air itself. The fog around the serpent's tongue began to churn with incredible force, swirling inwards, trying to smother the sound. The air crackled with energy. But we pressed on, the music filling the space, a defiant beacon of memory and hope. The lyrics, clear and strong, resonated in my mind. "Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see." As the chorus swelled, a remarkable thing happened. One of the ethereal children, a small boy with sandy blonde hair and bright blue eyes, Mark Peterson, detached himself from the swirling chaos around the changer. He drifted slowly towards the source of the music, his vacant smile slowly fading. His eyes, for the first time, seemed to fill with confusion, then a dawning realization, then tears. He looked at us, then back at the glowing eddy, his small face contorted in a silent plea. His lips moved, and I heard a faint, choked sound, "Dad." Then another figure began to emerge from the eddy, shimmering indistinct. It was the woman from the market tape, Sarah Jenkins. Her form was more solid now, less ethereal. She looked towards us and then towards Mark. A profound sadness, a deep yearning washed over her features, replacing the vacant smile. The changer pulsed with furious energy, its form momentarily expanding, radiating pure rage. It sent another powerful psychic blast towards us, trying to disrupt the music, to sever our connection. But the sound system held, the music continued, and the salt circle, combined with our intent in the luminous moss, seemed to hold a fragile boundary. Chief Miller grabbed my arm, his eyes wide. "It's working, Alex, they're remembering, but it's fighting back with everything it has." The second verse began, strong and unwavering. "'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed." As the music intensified, Mark Peterson's figure solidified further, his small body shuddering with what looked like profound emotional distress. He was crying now, silent tears streaming down his unaged face. Sarah Jenkins reached out a hand towards him, her gaze fixed on the boy, a silent recognition passing between them. The changer let out another ear-splitting shriek, a sound of pure agony and fury. Its form began to flicker and shrink, its power seemingly draining, overwhelmed by the resonant frequency of the music, by the powerful wave of memory and emotion it was generating. The glowing eddy dimmed, the surrounding fog recoiled. "Keep the music going, Chief," I urged, my voice raw. "It's losing its grip." Chief Miller nodded, his hand steady on the CD player. He had chosen the next song, "Homeward Bound." The powerful, evocative folk song about yearning for home, about remembering loved ones, filled the forest. The changer, now reduced to a swirling, indistinct mass of dark energy within the fading eddy, began to recede, pulled back into the depths of the serpent's tongue, as if into a shrinking portal. Its shriek died to a fading wail, then to a whisper of defeated fury. Mark Peterson and Sarah Jenkins, their forms now almost fully solid, stumbled forward out of the fading glow of the eddy and collapsed. Onto the damp earth, they lay motionless for a few terrifying seconds, silent and still. The powerful sound system, still blaring "Homeward Bound," filled the forest, its melody a defiant echo against the retreating chaos. Chief Miller and I rushed forward, our hearts in our throats. The salt circle, while visibly intact, felt fragile, and the air still carried a faint, acrid tang, a residue of the changer's fury. The glowing eddy in the creek had shrunk to a barely perceptible flicker, a ghost of its former power. The oppressive cold, however, remained, clinging to us like a shroud. "Mark, Sarah," I knelt beside the small boy, my hands hovering over him, afraid to touch. He was small, impossibly so, just as in the photograph. His face was streaked with tears, his sandy blonde hair matted, but he was breathing. Shallow, ragged breaths, but breathing. Chief Miller was already with Sarah Jenkins, carefully checking for a pulse. "They're alive, Alex, barely conscious, but alive." His voice was thick with emotion, a raw mix of relief and disbelief. Sarah, no longer the vacant, ethereal figure, looked like a young woman in her early 20s, perhaps 24 or 25. Her long dark hair was disheveled, and her simple white dress, now damp and clinging, seemed out of place in the damp forest. Her eyes fluttered open, wide and unfocused, then squeezed shut against the bright, impossible reality of our lantern's beam. She let out a soft groan, a sound of pain, of confusion, of a voice long unused. Mark stirred, his small body trembling. His eyes, the startling blue of a clear summer sky, opened slowly, full of fear and bewilderment. He looked at me, then at Chief Miller, then around the swirling, foggy forest, his gaze lingering on the receding creek, his lips parted. Where am I?" he whispered, his voice a child's, thin and reedy. "You're safe, Mark," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "You're back, you're in Havenwood." He didn't seem to process the words, his eyes still wide with confusion. He tried to sit up, but his limbs seemed weak, uncoordinated. Sarah, too, was struggling, her hands pushing against the muddy ground. "Easy, easy," Chief Miller murmured, his voice gentle. "Take it slow, you've been away for a long time." The profound weight of what had just happened settled over us. 25 years. These two had just been pulled from a timeless void, returned to a reality that had moved on without them. The implication was staggering, the challenge of reintegrating them almost insurmountable. "We need to get them out of here," I said, looking at Chief Miller. "And we need to be careful, the changer it retreated, but for how long?" Chief Miller nodded, his face etched with concern. "Agreed, Alex, grab the moss in the journals, I'll shut down the sound system." As I carefully scooped the luminous moss back into its jar, its faint glow seemed to pulse with a residual energy. The journals, which had been opened to Davy's cryptic notes, felt heavier in my hands, imbued with a new, profound significance. This wasn't just theory anymore, it was reality. Chief Miller turned off the music, and the sudden silence was deafening, a stark contrast to the cacophony of before. The lingering cold deepened, and the fog seemed to press in, as if eager to reclaim the space. Carefully, we helped Mark and Sarah to their feet. Mark was light, almost skeletal, and he clung to my hand, his small fingers surprisingly cold. Sarah was disoriented, her movements slow and deliberate, as if she was learning to walk again. Her eyes were still unfocused, darting around the trees, searching for something or someone she couldn't name. The hike back to the cruiser was slow and arduous. Every rustle in the undergrowth made us jump. Every shadowy form in the fog seemed to hold a hint of the changer's lurking presence. We supported Mark and Sarah, guiding them over roots and around rocks, their stumbling steps a stark reminder of their fragile state. When we finally reached the cruiser, the familiar vehicle felt like a sanctuary. We settled Mark in the backseat, wrapped in a blanket from the emergency kit, and Sarah in the passenger seat, her head resting against the cool window. Their skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent, and their eyes held a haunted, faraway look. They were back, but not fully here. "We need to get them to the hospital," Chief Miller stated, starting the engine. His voice was low, laced with exhaustion. "But we can't just walk in and say we found two unaged individuals from a 25-year-old missing persons case. It would cause a panic, and we'd lose control of the narrative and potentially compromise the ongoing operation." "A medical emergency from the woods," I suggested, thinking quickly. "Hypothermia, exposure, no identification. We can claim they were found disoriented, perhaps suffering from amnesia." Chief Miller nodded grimly. "It's the best we can do for now. It buys us time. We'll call ahead, alert Dr. Chen. He's a good man, discreet. We'll tell him the truth, or as much of it as he can handle once they're stable." The drive to Havenwood Memorial Hospital was tense. Mark whimpered occasionally in the back, while Sarah stared blankly out the window, occasionally mumbling something unintelligible. The sight of their unaged faces, so familiar from the decades-old photographs, was both miraculous and deeply unsettling. At the hospital, we followed our plan. Dr. Chen, a kind-faced physician who had been in Havenwood for years, met us at the emergency room entrance. His eyes widened imperceptibly when he saw the two patients, but he maintained a professional demeanor. "Hypothermia, disorientation, possible amnesia," Chief Miller rattled off, his voice official. "Found deep in the Willow Creek woods, no IDs." Dr. Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over Mark and Sarah. He recognized them, I was sure. Everyone in Havenwood knew those faces from the missing persons posters, but he said nothing, simply motioning for the nurses to prepare 2 private rooms. As they were whisked away for examination, Dr. Chen turned to us, his face pale. "Chief Alex, I don't know what to say. I'd recognize those children anywhere. Mark Peterson, Sarah Jenkins, but they haven't aged a day." He shook his head in disbelief. "This is beyond anything I've ever seen." "We'll explain everything, Doctor," Chief Miller promised, putting a hand on his shoulder. "But we need your help to keep this contained. The town, the families, they can't know yet. Not until we understand what we're dealing with and how to proceed." Dr. Chen looked from Mark's small form being wheeled away to Sarah's still, beautiful face. He took a deep breath. "All right, Chief, I understand. These two will be my highest priority. I'll run tests, get them stabilized. But the media, it's only a matter of time before someone finds out." "We'll manage the media," Chief Miller assured him. "For now, focus on their health and specifically check for any signs of their prolonged stasis. Dehydration, malnutrition, anything that would indicate they've been physically absent from the world for this long." Dr. Chen nodded, already moving towards the examination rooms. "I'll do my best, but Chief Alex, this changes everything." Indeed it did. Chief Miller and I spent the next hour in a small, sterile waiting room, the weight of our secret pressing down on us. We called Mrs. Jenkins and Mr. Peterson not to tell them the impossible truth, but to discreetly inquire about their availability for a follow-up regarding the reopened cold case. They were both eager to cooperate, their voices tinged with a familiar, weary hope. We scheduled individual meetings at the station for later that evening, preparing ourselves for the unimaginable task of breaking the news. While we waited, Chief Miller pulled out Davy's journals again. "The others, Alex," he said, his voice quiet. "There were 11 missing, we only brought back 2. What about Emily? What about the rest?" They were still swirling around the changer, I recalled, the image vivid in my mind. But they didn't solidify like Mark and Sarah did. It felt like their hold on their own identity, on their own memories, wasn't as strong yet. Or, Chief Miller suggested, perhaps Mark and Sarah were already closer to the threshold, already fighting the changer's influence. Mrs. Jenkins saw Sarah, Mr. Peterson saw Mark. They were already manifesting, trying to connect. "If that's the case," I said, a new urgency seizing me, "then we have to go back for the others. We know the music works, we know the power of memory." "But we don't know why Mark and Sarah specifically responded," Chief Miller countered. "Was it their families' strong connections, their own subconscious fight? We can't just keep repeating the same thing blindly. We need to understand why it worked for them." We pored over Davy's notes again, focusing on any mention of individuals, of specific types of emotional bonds. Davies had written extensively about the importance of individual anchors, Sarah for him, family for the general populace. He theorized that the changer preyed on the weakest anchors first, and that the children, being young and less tethered to complex memories, were particularly susceptible. What if it's about the strength of the remembering, I mused. The more a specific child is remembered, talked about, longed for, the stronger their subconscious connection to this reality becomes, making them more receptive to the vibration of truth from the music. Chief Miller looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It makes sense. Mrs. Jenkins mentioned seeing Sarah's photograph every day. Mr. Peterson never gave up hope, even after his wife left. Their constant remembering, their refusal to forget, might have created a stronger tether for Mark and Sarah than for the others." The implications were profound. To bring back the others, we would need to strengthen their individual anchors, their connections to their families and to Havenwood. But how could we do that for children whose families had long since given up or even passed away? Dr. Chen returned then, his face tired but with a glimmer of excitement. "They're stable. Physically, they appear to be in excellent health. No signs of long-term malnutrition or physical degradation. Their vital signs are normal, if a little elevated, but cognitively they're very disoriented. Mark thinks it's 1963 and he keeps asking for his father. Sarah is more withdrawn, but she mentioned a beautiful dream and a place of peace, then clammed up. She seems to be suppressing something." "The changer's illusion," I murmured. "It offered peace, a world without pain. She's still holding on to that, even as her memories of her real life are trying to return. We'll keep them sedated for now to help them rest and to prevent them from becoming too distressed by the shock of their changed reality," Dr. Chen continued. "But Chief, the aging process, it stopped. They're both biologically 8 and 24, respectively. Their cells, their systems, they're exactly as they were the day they vanished. It's impossible, but it's real." "Doctor," Chief Miller said, his voice firm, "we need to bring their parents here, discreetly, one at a time. We need to reunite them. We believe their emotional connection, their families, are crucial to helping them fully return." Dr. Chen hesitated, then nodded. "All right, I'll make arrangements for a private viewing room. This is going to be difficult." The next few hours were a blur of hushed phone calls and agonizing anticipation. We decided to bring Mrs. Jenkins first, as Sarah was older and perhaps better able to handle the initial shock. When Mrs. Jenkins arrived, her face was lined with age and grief, but her eyes still held a flicker of the hope she'd nurtured for decades. We led her to the private room, her steps faltering as she approached the door. "Mrs. Jenkins," Chief Miller began gently, "what you are about to see, it's going to be difficult to process. But we need you to be strong. We believe we've found a way to bring Sarah back." Her eyes widened, brimming with unshed tears. Is she alive after all this time?" "She is," I confirmed, my own voice tight, "but she hasn't aged." The look of confusion on her face was heartbreaking. "What do you mean, not aged?" "You'll see," Chief Miller said, opening the door. Inside, Sarah lay in the hospital bed, a thin sheet covering her. She looked impossibly young, her dark hair fanned out on the pillow, her skin pale. Even in her sedated state, there was an otherworldly beauty to her. Mrs. Jenkins took one look, and a guttural cry escaped her, a sound of profound joy and crushing grief intertwined. She stumbled forward, collapsing onto her daughter's bed, her frail body shaking uncontrollably. "Sarah, my baby, oh my God, Sarah," she cradled her daughter's head, stroking her hair, tears streaming down her face. "You're here, you're really here." Sarah stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked up at the aged woman sobbing over her, a flicker of confusion, then recognition passing over her features. "Mommy," she whispered, her voice barely audible but filled with an ancient, yearning sorrow. Mrs. Jenkins sobbed harder, pulling her daughter into a tight embrace. Yes, baby, it's Mommy. I'm here. I never stopped looking for you. I never forgot you. The raw emotion in the room was palpable, a powerful current of love and memory. I felt the hair stand up on my arms, a familiar coldness prickling my skin, but this time it felt different. It was not the cold of the changer's malevolent presence, but the profound cold of something vast and ancient shifting, of a cosmic balance being momentarily disrupted by the power of human connection. We left them alone for a while, giving them space for their impossible reunion. When we returned, Mrs. Jenkins was still holding Sarah, her face tear-stained but alight with a fierce, protective love. Sarah was awake now, her eyes clearer, though still haunted. She was clinging to her mother as if afraid she would vanish again. She remembers fragments, Mrs. Jenkins whispered, her voice hoarse. She remembers the creek, the pretty lady, the whispers, but she says it was a beautiful dream, a place where there was no pain. That was the changer's lure, Mrs. Jenkins, Chief Miller explained gently. It offered eternal peace, eternal youth, but at the cost of your memories, your identity. And what about the other children? Mrs. Jenkins asked, her gaze turning to us, a new urgency in her eyes. Emily, Mark, are they coming back too? Mark Peterson is also here, I confirmed. We're arranging for his father to see him next. The news spread like wildfire through the hospital, despite our best efforts at secrecy. Nurses whispered, doctors looked stunned, and the story of the two unaged children found in the woods began to morph into something more fantastical. It was only a matter of time before it reached the wider town. True to our word, we brought Mr. Peterson in next. His reunion with Mark was just as emotionally charged, a silent man breaking down into wrenching sobs as he held his tiny, unaged son. Mark, unlike Sarah, seemed to have less resistance to accepting his return, perhaps because of his younger age, perhaps because his father's grief had kept his tether to reality so strong. He clung to his father, bewildered but undeniably present. He keeps asking if we can go fishing, Dad, Mr. Peterson whispered to us later, his eyes red. Just like he did the day he disappeared, he has no concept of 25 years having passed. This was the challenge. Bringing them back was one thing, helping them integrate into a world that had moved on without them, a world where their parents were elderly and their peers grown, was another entirely. The immediate euphoria of their return was quickly replaced by a daunting list of tasks. We had to contain the story, manage the emotional fallout, and most importantly, devise a strategy to bring back the remaining 9 children. The next morning, the Havenwood Courier ran a front-page story. Missing children found. 2 decades later, Mark Peterson and Sarah Jenkins returned. The article was sensational, speculating wildly about time travel, cryosleep, and other unbelievable scenarios. It mentioned their unaged appearance, confirming Dr. Chen's fears. The phone at the station began to ring off the hook. National news outlets, state police, frantic families of other missing persons, everyone wanted answers. Chief Miller imposed a media blackout, citing ongoing medical treatment and the sensitivity of the situation, but it was a losing battle. The town was in an uproar. Some called it a miracle, others whispered about black magic and ancient curses. Fear mixed with awe. We retreated to Chief Miller's office, the hub of our impossible investigation. Davy's journals, the locket, the luminous moss, they were no longer just clues, but tools that had worked. We need to address the other children, Alex, Chief Miller said, running a hand through his hair. The families are going to demand it. The pressure will be immense. We need to identify the remaining 9, I replied, pulling out the faded photograph, and find their families if they're still alive, and then we need to strengthen their anchors, their memories. How do you strengthen a memory, Alex, for people who have given up hope or whose loved ones are gone? We bring their stories back to the light, I suggested, thinking of Davy's theory. We talk about them, we remember them publicly. We play the music not just in the woods, but perhaps even in town, in places that hold strong memories for them. The church, the schoolyard, the old diner. Chief Miller considered this, tapping a finger on Davy's notes about sound. A vibration of truth, a resonance. If the changer thrives on forgetting, then collective remembering, a powerful emotional outpouring, might weaken its hold on the remaining children. We decided to cautiously expand our efforts. First, we would identify the families of the remaining 9 children. Next, we would quietly encourage the Havenwood community to engage in a public act of remembrance for all the lost children, a memorial service perhaps, or a town-wide event where their stories were shared. It was a risky move, inviting more scrutiny and potentially further alarming the changer, but it was our best shot. The local newspaper, though initially sensationalist, was also a community institution. Chief Miller knew the editor well. He arranged for a series of articles framed as a historical remembrance of the Willow Creek tragedy, featuring interviews with the remaining families, old friends, and teachers, focusing on positive memories of each child. This would subtly begin to reactivate those emotional anchors. Meanwhile, Dr. Chen was providing daily updates on Mark and Sarah. Sarah was slowly recalling more. She remembered her high school crush, her plans for college, her favorite music. But she also remembered the changer's promises of eternal peace, and she sometimes struggled with the harsh reality of her return, the fact that her friends were now adults, her world utterly transformed. Mark, being younger, was adapting more quickly, his child's mind more pliable, but he still yearned for a past that no longer existed. Their reintegration would be a lifelong process, requiring immense psychological support. "What about the luminous moss, Chief?" I asked, holding up the jar. "Did it play a role, or was it just the music in our intent?" Chief Miller peered at the glowing plant material. Davies certainly thought it was more than just a manifestation. He collected it for a reason. What if it's a localized energy source, a kind of amplifier for psychic or resonant energy, or perhaps it helps to stabilize the veil between worlds? We decided to conduct a controlled experiment. We took a small sample of the moss and placed it in a Faraday cage at the station, a shielded enclosure designed to block electromagnetic fields. We then used a highly sensitive electromagnetic field (EMF) meter around it. The results were inconclusive. The moss emitted no discernible EMF spikes, but the needle of the meter seemed to waver slightly when the moss was near, almost as if it was affecting the meter's sensitivity rather than emitting its own field. "Perhaps it's a different kind of energy," I suggested. "Not electromagnetic, but something more subtle," as Davies suggested, "a counter-energy or a localized stabilizer." Chief Miller looked at the symbols Davies had drawn. "These symbols, Alex, they're about grounding, memory, protection. What if they also have a resonant frequency, a visual one, that acts in concert with the auditory resonance?" This led us to a new line of thinking. Davies' work was not just about what to do, but how to do it. The symbols, the materials, the intent, they all formed a cohesive system, a medicine bundle of sorts to counteract the changer. As the days turned into a week, the Havenwood Courier ran more articles, slowly and respectfully reintroducing the stories of the remaining 9 children. The town began to rally, spurred by the miraculous return of Mark and Sarah. A candlelight vigil was planned, not just for the 2 who had returned, but for all the missing, a collective act of memory and hope. During this time, I received a call from the ethnobotany professor Chief Miller had discreetly contacted. "Officer Alex, this is Professor Albright," she began, her voice crisp and academic. "Regarding those plant and rock samples you sent, I've had a fascinating time digging through the archives." My heart rate quickened and the luminous moss, while not specifically catalogued, bears a striking resemblance to descriptions of a phosphorescent lichen mentioned in very old indigenous folklore of this region. The stories speak of it growing only in thin places, areas where the veil between worlds is permeable. It was believed to be a conduit, a minor amplifier of spiritual energy. The folklore suggests it could either draw spirits in or, conversely, repel malevolent entities, depending on the intent of the wielder. "A conduit and an amplifier," I murmured, glancing at the moss in its jar. "In the rocks." The rock samples are even more intriguing. They appear to be quartz, but with unusual crystalline structures and faint, almost imperceptible metallic inclusions. Geologically, these formations are rare, but what's truly remarkable is what the folklore says about them. They were believed to be memory stones. Ancient shamans used them to preserve or even retrieve memories, particularly in rituals related to ancestral connection or overcoming amnesia. They were said to resonate with the human psyche, acting as a kind of organic data storage or retrieval device. "Memory stones," Chief Miller repeated, who was listening in on speakerphone, his voice full of awe. Davies was right. He collected them for a reason. He believed they contained a counter-energy or were physical manifestations. What if they are both? "Indeed," Professor Albright continued. "The indigenous traditions spoke of using these memory stones in conjunction with specific chants or songs, what they called songs of remembering, to strengthen the bond between the physical and spiritual realms and to re-establish lost connections. This was it, the missing piece. Davies' observations, the changer's weakness, the physical materials, the sound, it all interconnected. The luminous moss as an amplifier, the memory stones as resonant conduits, and the songs of remembering as the key to unlocking the children's forgotten identities." "Professor, thank you," I said, genuinely overwhelmed. "This is invaluable." "It's a fascinating field of study," she replied, her academic curiosity piqued. "Please keep me updated on your historical preservation project. I'd be very interested in further collaboration." We thanked her and hung up, staring at each other in the quiet office. The pieces of Davies' puzzle were finally coming together, revealing a coherent, albeit unbelievable, picture. The concert, Chief Miller declared, a new fire in his eyes. The vigil, we're not just remembering, we're performing a ritual, a mass healing, a collective act of retrieval. The idea of bringing a full-scale sound system, along with the luminous moss and now the memory stones, back to the serpent's tongue, filled me with both dread and exhilaration. We had retrieved 2. Could we retrieve 9 more? The town vigil was scheduled for a Saturday evening. The location, the town square, a place that held countless memories for generations of Havenwood residents. Chief Miller, after much debate, decided we would use the town vigil as a precursor, a collective remembering before going back to the Nexus. We wanted to build up the emotional energy, the collective memory, before facing the changer again. We worked tirelessly to prepare. We designed a makeshift altar for the vigil, adorned with photographs of all 11 lost children, with the luminous moss carefully arranged around the base of the photographs. We placed the memory stones among the moss, hoping their properties would resonate with the collective memory. We would play a carefully selected playlist of songs of remembering, not just hymns, but folk songs, childhood melodies, anything that evoked strong, positive emotional connections to home and identity. The Saturday evening was clear and crisp, the air still carrying the bite of early spring. Hundreds of Havenwood residents gathered in the town square, their faces illuminated by candlelight. Families of the missing, now with a glimmer of hope after Mark and Sarah's return, stood alongside their neighbors, their community. Chief Miller and I stood at the front near the makeshift altar, our hearts pounding. Mrs. Jenkins and Mr. Peterson were there too, holding hands, a silent testament to their renewed hope. Sarah and Mark, still under medical care and protected by a strong security detail, were not present. The vigil began with a solemn silence, broken only by the crackle of candles. Then Chief Miller, his voice amplified by a discreet microphone, began to speak. He spoke of loss, of memory, of community. He spoke of the miracle of Mark and Sarah's return, carefully framing it within the context of scientific breakthroughs and a new understanding of long-term trauma, without revealing the supernatural truth. But he also emphasized the power of never forgetting, of keeping the flame of memory alive. Then the music started. A local choir arranged by Pastor Thompson began to sing Amazing Grace, its powerful melody soaring into the night sky. As the voices swelled, I felt a familiar cold prickle my skin, but this time it was accompanied by a powerful sense of warmth, a collective energy radiating from the hundreds of people gathered. As the music continued, song after song, each chosen for its themes of memory, home, and love, a tangible shift occurred. People cried openly, shared stories, embraced. The collective grief which had weighed on the town for decades began to transform into a collective hope. The photographs on the altar, bathed in candlelight, seemed to glow, almost imperceptibly, as if absorbing the energy of remembrance. The luminous moss, too, seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic light, responding to the emotional resonance. This was the collective anchor. This was the strength Davies had hinted at. The changer, if it was indeed feeding on forgetting, was now being starved by an outpouring of memory. After 2 hours of music and shared remembrance, the vigil concluded. A palpable sense of peace and hope settled over the town. People left feeling lighter, more connected, more resolute. "That was it, Alex," Chief Miller said, his voice hoarse with emotion as the crowd dispersed. "That was the first step. We've collectively reinforced their anchors. Now we go back to the serpent's tongue and we play for the others." We gave ourselves a day to rest, to gather our resolve. The next afternoon, the fog had returned, thick and swirling, a familiar sign of the veil thinning. We loaded the cruiser again, this time with a more elaborate setup. More speakers, more powerful batteries, and a broader selection of songs of remembering, including children's lullabies, local folk songs, and more hymns. We also brought a small, ceremonial bundle of the luminous moss and the memory stones, now recognized for their specific roles. As we hiked into the woods, the whispers began almost immediately, but they were weaker, more desperate. They still tried to lure us, but their power was diminished, almost frayed. They spoke of the town's recent actions, condemning us for breaking the peace, for stirring old sorrows. "It's reacting to the vigil," I murmured to Chief Miller. "It doesn't like the remembering." "Good," he replied grimly. "It means our strategy is working." When we reached the serpent's tongue, the eddy in the creek was already active, glowing with a restless energy. The changer's presence was undeniable, a cold, resentful aura permeating the air, but it was not as overwhelming as before. It felt wounded, defensive. We set up the speakers in a wider circle this time, facing the creek, arranging the moss and memory stones in a central display. We again sprinkled a protective circle of salt, and each of us wore our rooted tree symbols and carried our personal anchors. The changer materialized in the eddy, its beautiful features contorted in a mask of fury. The ethereal children swirled around her, still empty-eyed, but their forms seemed more substantial, more defined, as if the collective remembering in town had already begun to pull them closer to reality. "You have broken the peace." The changer's mental voice resonated in our minds, no longer a seductive whisper but a raw, furious accusation. "You have brought sorrow back. They were safe, they were protected." "They were trapped," I countered, my voice strong, cutting through the psychic intrusion. "They were forgotten, and now they are being remembered, and they are coming home." Chief Miller hit play. The music erupted into the foggy clearing, a powerful, soaring chorus of children's voices singing a beloved Havenwood lullaby. The melody was innocent, nostalgic, filled with the warmth of childhood memories. The changer shrieked, a sound of absolute agony, and its form flickered violently. The children around it recoiled, some clutching their heads, as if the sound was causing them physical pain, a pain of memory returning too forcefully. One by one, they began to emerge. A small boy with bright red hair clutching a worn teddy bear. Emily Hayes, her red bow still perfectly in place but tears streaming down her unaged face. A shy girl with pigtails, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Each one, as the music washed over them, seemed to solidify, to shudder with emotion, and then to stumble out of the fading glow of the eddy, collapsing onto the damp earth. The changer fought back with everything it had. The fog swirled into violent vortexes, striking us with invisible blows. The cold intensified to an unbearable degree, threatening to freeze us to the bone. The whispers became a chaotic, deafening roar, trying to overwhelm our minds with fear and doubt. But we held firm. The luminous moss pulsed with a steady, rhythmic glow, and the memory stones seemed to vibrate with a subtle energy, creating a protective field around our setup. The music, amplified by the speakers, cut through the chaos, a relentless wave of remembering. As the children emerged one by one into the cold, muddy reality of the forest floor, their unaged faces a testament to the changer's timeless prison, the changer itself began to shrink, to fade, its power draining. Its beautiful facade dissolved completely, revealing a swirling, formless entity of dark energy, pure hunger and resentment, receding rapidly into the depths of the serpent's tongue. Finally, the last child, a teenage boy with an athletic build, stumbled out, his face etched with confusion and a profound sense of loss, but undeniably real. He collapsed, joining the other children now lying motionless on the ground. The eddy in the creek vanished. The overwhelming cold began to recede, replaced by the normal, crisp air of the forest. The fog, though still present, seemed less oppressive, less charged. Silence fell, heavy and profound, broken only by the continuous, soothing strains of the music. We stood there, trembling, exhausted but triumphant, 11 children, all of them back. We rushed to them, checking their pulses, their breathing. They were all alive, all unaged, all disoriented, but undeniably present. "We did it, Alex," Chief Miller whispered, his voice choked with emotion, looking at the small, fragile bodies on the ground. "We brought them all back." But even in our triumph, a new and unsettling question arose. The changer had retreated, but was it truly gone, or was it merely wounded, lurking, waiting for another opportunity, another time of forgetting to reclaim its victims? Its malevolent presence, though diminished, still lingered in the air, a faint chill that promised a return. And the children, bringing them back was only the first step, their reintegration into a world that had moved on for 20. The return of all 11 children was a spectacle of impossible fragility. Each small body, unaged and unblemished by time, lay scattered on the damp forest floor, a silent testament to a battle won. Relief washed over Chief Miller and me, an overwhelming wave that nearly buckled our knees. But it was fleeting, quickly replaced by a stark, sobering reality. These weren't just figures. They were living, breathing individuals, now thrust back into a world that had abandoned them decades ago. "We need to get them out of here," I said, my voice hoarse, the adrenaline beginning its slow, painful ebb. My legs felt like lead, my head throbbed. Chief Miller nodded, his face a mixture of awe and grim determination. He moved towards the nearest child, a small girl with a faded pink ribbon in her dark hair, Emily Hayes. Her face, streaked with mud and tears, was a familiar sight from the old photographs. She whimpered softly, stirring, her eyes fluttering open, wide and unfocused. "Easy there, little one," Chief Miller murmured, his voice surprisingly gentle. He pulled a blanket from the emergency kit we'd brought and carefully draped it over her. The others were similarly disoriented. Some lay motionless, others groaned, their small hands instinctively reaching for something familiar, something they couldn't find. We had to act quickly but carefully. They were fragile both physically and psychologically. Retrieving 11 unaged children from the woods, explaining their appearance, and managing the inevitable public and media storm would be a task far more complex than facing the changer itself. Dr. Chen's initial incredulity at Mark and Sarah's return would pale in comparison to this. "Chief, the cruiser won't hold them all," I pointed out, already mentally calculating, "and we can't risk leaving any of them here." "No," he agreed, looking around at the still swirling fog, which, though diminished, still held a hint of the changer's lingering cold. "I'll call for backup, an ambulance maybe too, but we can't tell them the whole truth yet. We stick to the story, found disoriented, suffering from hypothermia and severe amnesia. No mention of their unchanged appearance over decades, just that they're in a critical state." It was a weak cover, but it was all we had. The initial shock of their return needed to be absorbed by medical professionals, not gawking townsfolk or ravenous reporters. While Chief Miller made the hushed, urgent calls on his secure radio, I began a triage of sorts, moving from child to child, gently checking for injuries, offering what little comfort I could. Their skin was cold to the touch, their breathing shallow. Emily, when I knelt beside her, looked at me with those familiar blue eyes now clouded with fear. Where's my mommy?" she whispered, her voice a reedy rasp. The question hit me with a profound sadness. Her mommy, like so many of these parents, would be decades older, perhaps frail, perhaps even gone. The gap between their remembered past and their stark present was immense. Chief Miller finished his calls, his face grim. 2 ambulances are en route, ETA 10 minutes. They'll meet us at the trailhead. I emphasized the need for discretion and a secure transport to Havenwood Memorial. Dr. Chen is already briefed to expect a significant influx. We began the arduous process of carrying the children out of the deep woods. It was slow, each step a struggle through the tangled undergrowth, each child a precious, vulnerable burden. We enlisted the help of the 2 paramedics who arrived, their faces a mixture of confusion and concern when they saw the group of small, seemingly identical children. We maintained our cover story, focusing on the immediate medical needs, deflecting any questions about their identity. The drive to Havenwood Memorial was a blur of flashing lights and hushed urgency. The moment we pulled into the emergency bay, Dr. Chen was there, flanked by a small team of nurses. His eyes, already wide from the news of Mark and Sarah, seemed to nearly pop out of his head when he saw the ambulance doors open, revealing the procession of unaged children. "Chief Alex, this is unbelievable," he stammered, his professional composure cracking. He quickly regained it, however, directing his team with practiced efficiency. "Private rooms immediately, full vitals, blood work, neurological assessments. Get them warm, get them stable." As the children were whisked away, a new wave of chaos began to build. The initial media blackout was already crumbling with Mark and Sarah's story. Now, with 9 more children, the hospital was becoming a magnet. Reporters were already circling, their cameras flashing in the distance, their whispers growing into a hungry murmur. "We need to secure the hospital," Chief Miller stated, his jaw tight. "No one gets in or out without my authorization. Dr. Chen, you'll be our medical point of contact. No statements to the press. Refer all inquiries to me." Dr. Chen, looking utterly overwhelmed, simply nodded, then hurried after his new patients. Chief Miller and I retreated to a secluded conference room, the familiar scent of antiseptic filling the air. We were exhausted, our clothes damp and muddy, but there was no time for rest. The full weight of our success and its catastrophic implications was pressing down on us. "The families," I began, pulling out the faded group photograph from Davy's journal. "We need to contact them, all of them, but how do we break this news 9 more times?" Chief Miller stared at the photograph, his finger tracing the faces of the children now lying in hospital beds. "One at a time, Alex, just like we did with Mrs. Jenkins and Mr. Peterson, discreetly. We'll bring them here under the guise of an important development in the cold case. We'll have Dr. Chen present to explain the medical realities, and we'll emphasize the need for secrecy." Over the next few hours, the hospital became a fortress. Uniformed officers were stationed at every entrance, diverting all but essential personnel. Chief Miller made a series of somber phone calls, each one a delicate tightrope walk between hope and disbelief. Some families were local, others had moved away, having given up hope decades ago. Some parents had passed on, leaving behind siblings, cousins, or even distant relatives as their only surviving kin. The first to arrive was Pastor Thompson, his face etched with a profound mix of trepidation and anticipation. We led him to a private waiting area. "Pastor," Chief Miller began, his voice solemn, "we have an update regarding Emily Hayes." Pastor Thompson's hands trembled as he clutched his silver cross. Is she truly back, Chief, like Mark and Sarah?" "She is, Pastor," I confirmed, my gaze steady. "But she too hasn't aged. She's still the little girl you remember from 25 years ago." The pastor closed his eyes, a single tear tracing a path down his weathered cheek. "A miracle," he whispered, "a true miracle." We escorted him to Emily's room. She lay small in the hospital bed, IV lines running into her tiny arm, a monitor beeping softly beside her. Her dark hair, still adorned with the red bow, stood out against the white pillow. When her eyes fluttered open and met the pastor's gaze, a spark of recognition, then a faint smile touched her lips. "Pastor Thompson," she whispered, her voice childlike and weak. The pastor crumpled, falling to his knees beside her bed, his head bowed, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "Oh, Emily, my dear child, you're home, you're finally home." Similar scenes unfolded throughout the night. A mother, frail and white-haired, collapsing in joyful tears as she recognized her 8-year-old son frozen in time. A grizzled elder brother, now in his 50s, staring in stunned silence at the teenage sister he'd last seen skipping down a dirt road. A distant aunt who had cared for a nephew after his parents passed, now overwhelmed by the sight of him. Each reunion was a raw, visceral outpouring of grief, relief, and incomprehensible joy. But with each reunion came the same questions, the same disbelief. Dr. Chen remarkably held his own, explaining the inexplicable as best he could, relying on medical jargon like anomalous cellular stasis and complex psychological dissociation to mask the supernatural truth. He advised the families on the immense psychological challenges ahead, emphasizing the need for patience, love, and professional support. By dawn, all 11 children had been reunited with their surviving families or closest relatives. The The hospital was a strange mix of profound sorrow and incredible elation. The initial shock was giving way to a new kind of bewildered happiness. The media, however, was a force we could no longer contain. By morning, the story had exploded. News helicopters buzzed overhead, reporters pounded on the hospital doors, and social media was awash with speculation and sensational headlines. Havenwood miracle, 10 more children found unaged. Lost decades, found youth, a medical marvel or a divine intervention. Chief Miller held an emergency press conference, standing before a phalanx of microphones and cameras, his face a mask of weary resolve. He confirmed the recovery of all 11 missing children, their unaged appearance, and their current medical status. He reiterated Dr. Chen's scientific explanations, stressing the ongoing medical care and the family's need for privacy. He made no mention of the changer, the creek, Davies, or any of the supernatural elements. He was playing a careful game, buying time, controlling the narrative as much as possible. But the world was hungry for answers, and his carefully crafted statements only fueled more questions. The entire nation, perhaps the world, was watching Havenwood. In the ensuing days, the hospital became a protected, isolated bubble. The children were undergoing extensive physical and psychological evaluations. Physically, they were remarkably healthy, as Dr. Chen had initially observed with Mark and Sarah. Their bodies were 8, 12, 15 years old, as if no time had passed. Their minds, however, were a tumultuous landscape of fractured memories and overwhelming confusion. Sarah Jenkins, the oldest at 24, struggled the most. She remembered her life before the changer, her ambitions, her friends, but the world she'd returned to was alien. Her parents were old, her friends were middle-aged, some with children older than she now was. She spoke of the changer's domain with a strange ambivalence. It was so peaceful there, she'd confided to her mother, her voice a whisper. No pain, no worries, just beauty. It wanted us to forget, to be happy in its dream. Emily Hayes, on the other hand, being younger, seemed to adapt with a child's resilience, but also with a child's profound grief. She remembered her playmates, her school, her favorite doll, but the shock of seeing her mother, now a silver-haired woman, was immense. "You're different, Mommy," she'd said, her brow furrowed. "You look sadder." Mark Peterson, clutching his father's hand, was still asking if they could go fishing, as if the last 25 years had simply been a long afternoon nap. His father, Mr. Peterson, now a stoic man, spent hours explaining, gently, patiently, what had happened. Mark would listen, his eyes wide, then eventually ask the same question again. It was clear that their reintegration would be a monumental, decades-long process, requiring specialized psychological care. Dr. Chen, now fully invested in the inexplicable, began assembling a team of top psychologists and therapists, carefully screening them for discretion and an open mind. He needed experts who could handle the trauma of temporal displacement, even if he couldn't fully explain its cause. Chief Miller and I, meanwhile, were facing a different kind of challenge, protecting the truth. We knew the changer was still out there, wounded but not destroyed. We knew the source of its power and its weakness. But how could we explain this to the world, to the families, without descending into madness and hysteria? "We need to maintain the cover story, Alex," Chief Miller insisted, poring over Davies' journals in our secluded office at the station. The journals, now revered objects, were treated with extreme care. The moment we introduce the supernatural, we lose all credibility. These children need care, not sensationalism, and we need to prepare for the changer's potential return. "But how do we prepare for it without revealing its existence?" I countered, rubbing my temples. The sleepless nights and constant stress were taking their toll. "And what about Davies? We promised him his truth would be heard." Chief Miller sighed, his gaze distant. "Davies' truth is being heard in a way. His methods worked. The children are back. That's the greatest testament to his work. But the world isn't ready for the rest. Not yet. We have to secure Havenwood, protect these children, and learn everything we can about the changer before it potentially comes back." We focused our efforts on two fronts: understanding the changer's true nature and devising a long-term defense strategy. Davies' journals became our Bible. We reread every entry, every cryptic symbol, every mad scrawl, looking for any clue about the changer's origins, its weaknesses, its habits. He'd theorized about its ancient, elemental nature, its connection to the land and the ley lines of energy. He'd called it a dream feeder, a memory thief. "It feeds on forgetting," I reiterated, pointing to a passage where Davies wrote about the changer growing stronger in periods of neglect and disinterest, particularly from the bereaved families. The longer a child was forgotten, the stronger its hold became. "And it's weakened by remembering," Chief Miller added, tapping another entry. "By the vibration of truth, by songs of memory, by the collective conscious effort of a community." The vigil had been a success, a powerful act of collective remembering. It had created a strong anchor, a web of shared memory that had allowed the children to return. But what happened when that collective memory began to fade, when the world moved on from the Havenwood miracle? We speculated about the changer's retreat. Had it been banished permanently or merely driven back into its interdimensional lair, wounded and regenerating? Davies' notes suggested the latter. He believed the changer was a primordial entity, a force of nature, not something that could be truly destroyed, only repelled or contained. The cold, I suddenly remembered. When it retreated, the overwhelming cold receded, but a faint chill remained. It was a lingering presence, not an absence. Chief Miller nodded slowly, and its mental voice, Alex, it said, "You have broken the peace." It truly believes it was protecting them, offering them an escape from pain and suffering. This was a chilling thought. The changer wasn't purely malicious, it was something alien, something that perceived a different kind of reality, a different kind of mercy. It offered a twisted form of salvation, eternal youth, eternal peace at the cost of one's identity and memory. It was an ancient, perhaps well-meaning entity that had simply taken too much too often. This understanding solidified our resolve. We weren't dealing with a simple monster. We were dealing with a force of nature, an entity that needed to be understood, not just fought. Our next focus was the physical evidence, the luminous moss and the memory stones. Professor Albright's insights had been invaluable. We took more samples, carefully analyzing them in our makeshift lab in the station's back room. We still couldn't detect any conventional energy from the moss, but when brought near the memory stones, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible interaction. The moss would glow with a slightly increased intensity, and the stones would feel faintly warm to the touch. These aren't just catalysts, Chief, I mused, holding a smooth, crystalline memory stone. They're intrinsic to the changer's domain, or at least to the veil between worlds. The moss as a conduit, the stones as memory anchors or retrieval devices. Chief Miller had an idea. Davies mentioned the symbols, Alex, the rooted tree, the weaving knot, the serpent's eye. He theorized they were more than just spiritual symbols, they were resonant frequencies, visual spells. What if we can harness their power, combine them with the physical materials to create a permanent protective barrier? We started experimenting. Using Davies' meticulous drawings, we etched the symbols onto several of the memory stones. We placed the luminous moss strategically around them. We observed, we waited. Nothing overt happened, but there was a pervasive sense of calm, a slight reduction in the background psychic noise that had plagued Havenwood for so long. It was subtle, but it was there. What if we need to amplify it, I suggested. Like the music, what if the symbols, the moss, the stones, what if they need a constant, reinforcing energy? Chief Miller's eyes lit up. The ley lines, Davies wrote about them extensively, ancient pathways of energy that crisscrossed the earth. He believed the serpent's tongue was a nexus point, a place where several ley lines converged, making the veil thin. What if we can use those same ley lines to create a protective barrier around the entire town? The idea was audacious. It would require a monumental undertaking far beyond our current resources and expertise. But it was a long-term solution, a way to prevent the changer from ever returning, from ever preying on Havenwood again. Our immediate challenge, however, remained the children's reintegration. The national media circus eventually began to wane, replaced by more measured scientific and psychological analyses. Havenwood became a case study, a medical and social marvel, but for the families, for the children, the struggle was just beginning. Dr. Chen initiated a specialized program for the 11 children, a blend of intensive therapy, specialized education, and social reintegration. They had to learn about a world that had advanced 25 years without them. They had to cope with the loss of their past, the aging of their loved ones, the technological advancements that made their own memories seem like ancient history. Sarah Jenkins struggled profoundly. She missed her old life, her friends. She felt out of place, a ghost in her own home. Her mother, while overjoyed, was also heartbroken by the pain her daughter was experiencing. Sarah often retreated, speaking vaguely of the changer's peaceful realm, of a quiet place where time didn't matter. It was a constant battle to ground her in the present, to help her form new memories, new connections. Emily Hayes, being younger, adapted with a child's remarkable elasticity. She quickly picked up on new slang, new technologies. But she still had moments of profound sadness, especially when she saw her mother's aging reflection next to her own youthful one. She mourned the lost years, the lost childhood, the lost chance to grow up with her friends. Mark Peterson, the youngest, made the most significant strides. His childlike innocence, combined with his father's unwavering devotion, allowed him to embrace the present with fewer mental blocks. He was still confused, still asked about fishing trips that could never happen, but he was also learning, growing, slowly accepting his new reality. He still wore a small wooden fishing lure, a gift from his father, around his neck, a new anchor, a tangible connection to his family. Chief Miller and I spent countless hours with the families, offering support, listening to their struggles, and subtly reinforcing the importance of remembering, of telling stories, of keeping the children's original identities alive while helping them forge new ones. We encouraged them to embrace the past not as a loss, but as a foundation for a new future. The luminous moss and memory stones became a quiet, symbolic presence in our lives. We built small, protective amulets for the children, weaving the moss into small pouches and placing a tiny etched memory stone inside. We told the families it was a Native American tradition for grounding and protection. It was a small, unspoken hope, a personal charm against the lingering influence of the changer. One afternoon, almost a month after the children's return, I was back at the Serpent's Tongue alone. The fog was present as always, but it felt lighter, less oppressive. The cold was gone, replaced by the crisp spring air. The eddy in the creek was still, its glow completely absent. I sat on a smooth rock, tracing the rooted tree symbol on my wrist. I felt a sense of profound peace, but also a lingering unease. The changer was gone, but was it truly vanquished? Or was it merely dormant, biding its time, waiting for the collective memory of Havenwood to fade, for the individual anchors to weaken? Davy's journals had spoken of cycles, of the changer appearing during periods of collective grief or forgetting, only to retreat when confronted with strong emotional resistance. It was an ebb and flow, a natural phenomenon of the spiritual world. Suddenly, a faint, almost inaudible whisper brushed against my mind. It was subtle, not the overwhelming cacophony of before, but a soft, mournful sigh. "You have taken them, you have broken the dream." I stiffened, my heart leaping into my throat. The changer, it was still there. Not in its physical form, not as an active threat, but as a lingering echo, a wounded consciousness. "They will remember pain, they will know sorrow. Why did you take them from peace?" The whisper was tinged with sorrow, a deep, cosmic melancholy. It wasn't an attack, but a lament. It confirmed my theory. The changer truly believed it was offering a twisted form of mercy. "They deserve their own lives," I whispered into the silence of the forest, my voice firm. "They deserve to choose. They deserve to remember, even if it brings pain." The whisper faded, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the gentle gurgle of the creek. It was a warning, a promise of a potential return. I returned to the station, my resolve strengthened. The changer was not gone, it was merely dormant. Havenwood was not out of danger, not permanently. We had won a battle, but the war, the ongoing struggle to remember, to stay connected, would be eternal. Chief Miller listened intently to my account of the whisper, his face grave. "So it's still here, a shadow, an echo, but it's here." "Yes," I confirmed, "and it's still watching, waiting for the right conditions to return, the forgetting, the despair." "Then we have to ensure those conditions never return to Havenwood," he declared, his eyes burning with renewed purpose. "We have to turn this place into a fortress of memory, a beacon of remembrance. We have to finish what Davies started." Our long-term strategy began to solidify. It wasn't enough to treat the children, we had to protect the entire town. We needed to constantly reinforce the anchors, not just for the children, but for everyone. Chief Miller approached the town council, presenting a proposal for a comprehensive community remembrance project. He spoke of the psychological benefits of shared memory, of the importance of honoring the past, especially in the wake of such a unique event. He proposed a permanent memorial at the town square, not just for the returned children, but for all who had been lost or affected by the tragedy. He suggested annual townwide events, festivals, and educational programs centered on the theme of memory, resilience, and community. The council, still reeling from the events and eager to move forward positively, approved the initiatives with enthusiasm. Havenwood, once haunted by a forgotten tragedy, would now embrace its history, turning its pain into a source of strength. Dr. Chen, inspired by the children's progress and the town's new direction, began to delve deeper into the nature of memory itself. He started collaborating with renowned neuroscientists and psychologists, carefully framing the Havenwood phenomenon within the boundaries of scientific inquiry, even as he privately wrestled with its supernatural implications. He spoke of memory as a fluid, dynamic entity, capable of being strengthened, retrieved, and even collectively influenced. I in turn focused on Davies' theories of ley lines and resonant energies. With Chief Miller's support, I began discreetly mapping the local ley lines, using a combination of Davies' notes, ancient Native American maps, and modern geophysical data. Our goal was to identify key convergence points, places where the veil between worlds was naturally thin, and to reinforce them with specially prepared memory stones and luminous moss, creating a network of protective anchors across Havenwood. It was an ambitious, almost impossible task, but we had seen the impossible become real. We believed we could do it. We were building a new kind of defense, a defense of collective consciousness, of shared memory, of a town refusing to forget. The Serpent's Tongue, the once terrifying nexus, would become the heart of this new defense. We planned to establish a permanent monitored site there, with specific arrangements of the moss and memory stones, constantly resonating with the town's collective memory, acting as a spiritual beacon, warding off the changer's subtle influence. Life in Havenwood slowly began to normalize, or at least adapt to its new extraordinary reality. The children continued their arduous journey of reintegration. Sarah found solace in art therapy, expressing her complex emotions through painting, slowly bridging the gap between her past and present self. Emily, embracing her newfound childhood, became an unofficial ambassador for the younger children, helping them navigate their strange new world. Mark, under his father's loving guidance, finally began to connect with the present, though he still cherished his memories of a time before the changer. Chief Miller and I, though weary, found a new purpose. Our partnership had evolved into an unspoken understanding, a shared burden of knowledge and responsibility. We were no longer just law enforcement, we were guardians of memory, protectors of Havenwood's very soul. The changer remained silent, a lingering chill, a distant echo, but we knew it was there, lurking in the periphery, waiting. The fight was not over, it had simply evolved. We had to remain vigilant, constantly reinforcing the anchors, constantly remembering. Havenwood had to become a town that would never forget, not just for the children who had returned, but for its own enduring protection. The new challenge was not just about banishing the changer, but about creating a sustainable defense, a community fortified by its collective memory. The next step, the ultimate safeguard, would be to build a permanent, resonant barrier, a true fortress of memory around Havenwood. It was a massive undertaking, but we had faced the impossible once and won. We could do it again. The details were still hazy, the path fraught with unknowns, but the goal was clear. Eternal vigilance, eternal remembrance. The blueprint for Havenwood's new reality was drawn not on paper, but in the intricate patterns of Davy's journals, illuminated by the faint, rhythmic glow of the luminous moss. Alex and Chief Miller knew that the fortress of memory couldn't be a physical wall. It had to be woven into the very fabric of the town, an unseen shield powered by collective consciousness. Their first challenge was the serpent's tongue itself. They couldn't simply leave it to nature. With the town council's quiet, bewildered approval, framed as an ecological restoration project for a sensitive wetland area, a small, discreet research facility was established near the creek. This facility, disguised as a hydrological monitoring station, became the hub of their true work. Inside, Alex, now a quiet expert in Davy's esoteric studies, meticulously arranged the luminous moss and memory stones. He embedded the etched symbols, the rooted tree for grounding, the weaving knot for connection, the serpent's eye for awareness, into the stonework of the facility, ensuring they resonated with the natural energies of the ley lines. Chief Miller oversaw the broader implementation. Under the guise of town beautification and historical preservation, smaller, strategically placed memory gardens were established throughout Havenwood. Each garden featured specially cultivated patches of the luminous moss and carefully chosen, aesthetically pleasing arrangements of the memory stones, often incorporated into benches or decorative features. Local artists, unaware of the true purpose, were commissioned to create sculptures that subtly echoed Davy's symbols, weaving them into the town's public art. The town's annual Remembrance Festivals, initially proposed as a way to process the trauma, became vibrant celebrations of Havenwood's history, its people, and its enduring spirit. Stories were shared, old photographs displayed, and music, especially the songs of remembering that had been so crucial, filled the air. These weren't somber memorials, but joyful affirmations of life and connection. The effect was subtle but profound. A lightness began to settle over Havenwood, a vibrant hum of shared experience that subtly counteracted the changer's melancholic influence. The lingering chill that had once permeated the air was replaced by a gentle warmth, a sense of belonging. The returned children continued their arduous journey. Sarah Jenkins, now a young woman in her mid-20s in a body that was still 17, found her voice through creative writing. She began to chronicle her experiences not as a victim but as a traveler between worlds. Her essays, initially therapeutic, slowly garnered local attention, then national. She wrote of the changer's alluring peace, the void of forgotten identity, and the painful, beautiful struggle of reclaiming her life. Her words resonated deeply, not just with her fellow returnees, but with anyone who had ever felt lost or disconnected. She became a reluctant advocate, a living bridge between the impossible past and the uncertain future. She eventually went to college, studying literature, still finding solace and purpose in the written word, slowly accepting her unique temporal displacement. She formed new friendships, navigated new relationships, always with the understanding that her past was unlike anyone else's, but also that it didn't define her entirely. Emily Hayes, the girl with the red bow, now 12 again, thrived under the loving care of Pastor Thompson and his wife. Her child's mind, resilient and adaptable, absorbed the new world with curiosity. She loved video games, pop music, and making new friends in her grade-level classes. But sometimes her eyes would cloud with a faraway look, a quiet sadness for the lost childhood, the mother she barely remembered. The pastor and his wife were her anchor, patiently explaining, comforting, and giving her a stable, loving home. She excelled in school, a bright, cheerful girl who occasionally offered profound, unbidden insights that startled her teachers, speaking of old dreams and quiet places. Mark Peterson, the youngest, made the most remarkable progress. His father, Mr. Peterson, had become his shadow and his guide, teaching him about smartphones, space travel, and the long, silent passage of years. Mark still loved fishing, and he and his father spent countless hours by the creek, not the serpent's tongue, but tranquil spots downstream. It was a new ritual, a new anchor, connecting them across the chasm of lost time. Mark, now 8, had a boundless energy, a joy for the simple things, and a profound, innocent love for his grizzled, devoted father. He sometimes drew strange, beautiful pictures of glowing moss and shimmering figures, but they were quickly dismissed as a child's vivid imagination, a residue of a distant dream. Dr. Chen, the brilliant, beleaguered doctor, became a pioneer in what he termed temporal dislocation syndrome. He established a world-renowned clinic in Havenwood, attracting researchers from across the globe. He never revealed the full truth of the changer, maintaining a meticulously crafted scientific narrative based on anomalous neurological states, extreme psychological trauma, and unprecedented cellular regeneration. But in his private research, shared only with Alex and Chief Miller, he delved into the profound connection between memory, identity, and physical reality, often referencing Davy's work in coded language. He learned to appreciate the mystical alongside the empirical, a journey that transformed him as much as it did his patients. As years passed, Havenwood became a unique town, renowned for its resilience, its strong community bonds, and its pioneering work in trauma and memory. The fortress of memory was invisible but palpable, a constant hum of remembrance. The Serpent's Tongue, once a place of dread, was now a protected natural preserve, its hidden facility silently doing its work, resonating with the town's collective energy. Alex, now a seasoned veteran, his hair threaded with silver, continued his work at the Serpent's Tongue facility. He monitored the ley lines, observed the subtle fluctuations in the moss, and occasionally felt the faint, distant echo of the changer. It was a mournful sigh, sometimes a whisper of longing, never a threat. It was an entity wounded, banished, but still present, eternally linked to the memories it had tried to steal. He knew the fight was not definitively over, but it had shifted from a battle of force to an enduring vigil of remembrance. The changer would always exist, a primordial force of forgetting, but Havenwood had learned to keep it at bay. Chief Miller, a legend in his own time, eventually retired, passing the mantle of responsibility to a younger, observant officer who had quietly been brought into the inner circle, trained to understand the unspoken truths of Havenwood. He dedicated his retirement to writing a comprehensive, albeit heavily redacted, history of Havenwood, ensuring that the stories of the returned children and the town's journey were never forgotten, woven into the very fabric of its identity. One crisp autumn morning, decades after the initial miracle, Sarah Jenkins, now a respected author, visited the Serpent's Tongue Preserve. She walked through the familiar woods past the disguised facility to the creek. The eddy was calm still. The air was fresh, invigorating. No cold, no whispers, just the sounds of nature. She sat by the water, running her hand over a smooth memory stone embedded in a decorative bench. She closed her eyes, and a wave of memories washed over her, not just of her old life, but of the Changer's realm and the long, hard-won battle back to herself. She smiled. It had been a long, painful, beautiful journey. She had aged not by years, but by experience, by love, by the profound act of living. She was no longer a ghost between worlds. She was Sarah, a woman who had seen the impossible and chosen to embrace the messy, wonderful reality of life. The Changer was still out there, a silent, lingering presence, a reminder that forgetting was a powerful current. But Havenwood had chosen remembrance, it had chosen connection, it had chosen life, and in doing so it had forged a new kind of magic, an eternal vigilance powered by the most profound human force, the unwavering, collective heart of a community that would never, ever forget. The story of Havenwood was not one of tragedy, but of triumph, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the unbreakable spirit of humanity. The fortress of memory stood strong, a vibrant, living testament to their hard-won peace.